Okay, I'm on my way to, like, the start screen. Okay, I'm at the new game screen. So I think we should be good to go. We're ready, Zell. Okay, it looks like we're live.
I believe we are as well.
Welcome, everybody, to Really Longathon. Really lots of lore. I'm MonetaryDragon. I am going to be speedrunning Final Fantasy VII, the 100% category. This will be no slots, no turbo, done on PC, with frames capped at 30 FPS for fields. For a commentary today, we have AceZephyr and iBlink22 who are here with us now, and a bit later, we'll be getting DashRetro. I'm mostly just going to be focused on the run during the run, and leave the talking to AceBlink Dash. Um,
All right.
yeah, so do we just get started, or you guys want to introduce yourselves, or?
I think we can get started and do any introductions during the opening, if possible. If you think that's okay.
That's fine. Right. I'm gonna count down 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Um, for the hosts to be able to start the timer. Okay, I see it's going. They just started it. We're good. My live split. Okay, whatever. It's fine. Fine. Now I'm like 7 seconds ahead.
No, it's they reset it on perfectly timed too. It's great.
So yeah, hello RRLAT. I am AceZephyr. I am a Final Fantasy VII speedrun router and sort of scientist and tinkerer sort of thingy. I don't really do speedruns myself. I've sort of been meaning to get into them, but I feel like I've never really had the time to do so. But whatever. I blink.
I am iBlink22. I am a 100% speedrunner for this game as well. Currently, I'm taking a break, but my big passion for the 100% category is routing, and I am attempting to route a new route right now for the game using some new tech.
And much like the other two here, I consider myself much more of a routing and theory person than a speedrunner. But I do enjoy doing speedruns of this game from time to time. DashRetro will be showing up at some point later for commentary. Is like an actual speedrunner. It also does 100% runs, and just did a fantastic one yesterday. He was originally scheduled to be the runner for this event, and given the start time of like 9 p.m., was interested in handing that off to me instead, because apparently I'm unable to resist doing 100% runs of FF7, regardless of what time they start or how long they last or anything like that.
So I see that people are saying that I am hard to hear. I'm trying to figure out if there's anything I can do about that. So in this initial menu, we're just doing settings to set cursor to memory, A to be active, and speeds to fast for the most part.
This is pretty typical in all categories of the run, as we want to make sure that all text messages that come up in the game are as fast as possible, since you can lose substantial time that way. So you'll see every FF7 run starts with this same menu. The big point of contention, though, is people using fixed versus autocam.
Yeah, on this next screen, you'll see that we're going to be doing walking in order to reach Barrett and the others. This is part of an encounter manipulation setup that we are doing for most of the run. In short, by controlling whether we walk or run on hostile fields and controlling the amount of distance that we move, we're able to control when we get into random encounters and what random encounter we get into. If we hadn't done this walking, then on the bridge screen coming up in a couple of screens, we would have gotten an encounter that in this route we don't want.
Sounds like Ace is still going down. Ace was describing, if anyone had a hard time hearing, that we're manipulating encounters using walking as our tool to be able to do that, because otherwise, if we didn't do that walking that MD just did, we'd get an encounter on this screen right here. So in this game, there are screens that are considered hostile, where you can get a random encounter. In this particular screen right here with Biggs and Jesse, we cannot get a random encounter on here, and therefore our steps are not necessarily in a point where we could be in danger of ruining the step route. On PSX, however, there is a little bit more complexity to that, and all movement on every screen is extremely important. But on PC, your step fractions will always reset to 0, and you'll always be on a fraction perfect entry to every screen. So you'll always be what we consider ahead whenever you're on PC.
Just to confirm, my microphone volume has not just changed, right?
I cannot tell through Discord. It sounds the same.
Okay, everything on my end is completely maxed, and I am very close to my microphone, so I am not able to make on my end, I'm not able to become any louder.
So these two encounters that we just saw MonetaryDragon get, these both are routed encounters according to the step route manipulation that we're doing for our counter manipulation. And this walking prevents us from getting an encounter on this screen, so that we can have fewer encounters through this part of the game. Some encounters are not avoidable, and they have danger thresholds. So danger is an interesting mechanic where running is going to get you more danger, walking gets you less. However, some encounter thresholds in the game are unavoidable, meaning that no matter how much walking you do, you're going to get that fight. So all this walking that we're doing is to avoid encounters that are avoidable. Oh, okay. Thanks, Ace. I didn't realize that there was a second stream.
So I don't know how well I'm going to be able to be heard explaining this, but Guard Scorpion is weak to lightning, and our goal is to leave this fight with a limit break stored on both Cloud and Barret, which is a setup for a future thing in the run. One of the requirements for the 100% run is to get everyone's limit breaks, all limit breaks on all characters unlocked. One of the things that is required to do to unlock limit breaks is to use each level of each limit break a certain number of times. I should say there are some limit breaks we have to use a certain number of times to unlock other limit breaks. And the Braver and Big Shot that Cloud and Barret have here are two of those limit breaks. So here we can see that we are using a Braver right here. The fight is set up in a way where we're going to force Guard Scorpion to counterattack using its tail laser attack, and you do that twice in order to hopefully get a limit break for Cloud and Barret.
And this strategy is very important for the upcoming boss, as it makes the upcoming boss very trivial, since he takes increased damage when limit breaks get really quickly. So that's why we want 2 limit breaks for that encounter. Any limit breaks that we get on this fight are very beneficial, and they make this fight faster. And it was very good that we got that Braver. Good fight. And for anyone that has played Final Fantasy VII at all, we know that there is a point coming up that we've all been frustrated with before, where we have to save Jesse. You have to save Jesse to be able to leave the reactor, otherwise you can't open a door. Bad things happen. But we're going to use Jesse here as a cue in order to use walking steps. At least I think that's what MD's gonna do. Yeah, okay. So with all those walking steps that we did, we won't get another encounter until we start heading to the next mission for the next reactor. And that's how much value there is in doing a step run. Because normally you probably get 4 or 5 encounters through just this section alone.
And the step route is huge for 100%. Because there's so many specific individual encounters that we need to get in order to steal an item from an enemy, or learn a particular enemy skill at a certain point, and so forth.
All right. I'm not sure if you have the ability to interact with Discord while you're doing the run, because I'm not sure if you're doing your run on another computer. But did you right-click our names in Discord and increase our user volume at all?
Everything for that is always maxed out for me by default.
Okay, so it's at 200% for both of us?
Let me get to a cutscene before I...
So here we meet the flower girl. She's going to be important later. But more important to that is there's this potion on this screen. I think we're going to pick it up, but normally if you get a potion on the very first fight of the game, you can skip that potion. And it's very important normally to know whether or not you do get it, because it will affect your money route overall in the speedrun. Particularly because we sell those potions at one of the first shops that we are able to buy grenades.
Okay, Ace, I just increased you from like 78% to 100%. The 100% is max for the form of Discord that I'm using.
Okay.
And you
can
sound a
anyone hear
lot
me
louder
better
now to me. You
Okay.
sound way louder to me.
Okay, let me know if that's a problem. I mean, on your end, I mean.
Alright, it sounds like Ace is good now.
Okay.
So, for anyone who couldn't hear before, we're joined with AceZephyr.
Hello.
Alright, we're coming up to one of the first skips that you can do in this game, Jesse skip. This is roughly a 15-second time save, as you're going to apply a particular mechanic in the speedrun called paralysis dodging, where you're interacting with two events at the same time in order to cancel Cloud from being stuck in place while one of the events is going on. And this is going to progress dialogue for Jessie just enough where it advances the story, where she's going to show us the cutscene, and we're going to skip through that, so the game thinks that we've already seen the cutscene as we leave the room.
Or not.
Or not.
Yeah, not a big deal missing that at all. Or I'm not sure I didn't see if he missed it or if he didn't go for it, but it's not a big deal at all.
I think he just hit the door threshold.
Okay.
So normally you would interact with the door where that guard comes out at the same time that you talk with Jessie, and that allows Cloud to be able to move. And you would just run to the back of the car to leave the room as Jessie gets to her last Xbox. And that will cause you to leave the room, and the moment you come back, Cloud will have just gotten out of the cutscene with Jessie and can immediately talk to Barrett like we are right now. Given that the 100% speedrun is 17 hours, 15 seconds is very minor from that scene. And this isn't a skip that will end your run either, so it's very safe if you miss it.
Coming up shortly, we're going to be doing a quick shop in order to obtain one of the potentially missable items in the run, the Iron Bangle, which is a very sort of weak and not very useful, but otherwise missable accessory or armor, I think.
It's an armor.
Yeah.
This
It's
is
only-
our only. Sorry, guys.
It's whatever. It's only purchasable from this shop, and after we leave to go to Sector 5, we cannot return to the shop, I believe. We cannot return to this area anymore after that, and so this right here is our only chance to obtain this armor. Part of the 100% definition is to obtain every item, is to have every item in your inventory at the end of the run, with a couple of exceptions, but basically every item. And so you can see there we have purchased 1 iron bangle, and that's all we had to do at the shop there. It's a relatively recent improvement to go to the shop before going to 7th Heaven instead of going after. That's been an improvement in 100% for a bit now. The idea being that in order to get into 7th Heaven, if you were to go in without going to the shop, you have to wait a little bit for Barretts to let you through, or you have to reload the field. On PC, that field reload is very quick because the PC version of the game has very little, if any, load time for anything, pretty much. Whereas on PSX, that would be like 3 seconds wait where you would wait for fields to load. Much of the optimization for this category is for the PSX version of the game, because that's where most of the competition is right now. The main reason that we are playing on PC right now is because of some development that we are doing and testing that we are doing for the PC version in order to potentially introduce a new mod to the game called Speed Square, which will be used to standardize which will basically be used to standardize PC's field FPS. And so we're trying to make sure that we more fully understand PC, and as a result, the moderation team and a bunch of us are basically doing speed runs of it in order to sort of make sure how we understand how it works. As a part of that, we're doing some 100% runs, and that's why there is currently interest in the PC 100% category right now.
And I'm currently practiced for PC, and given the amount of lead time that I found out that I had before knowing that I was going to actually do this run, there definitely was not enough time for me to reacclimate to PSX with the differences in movement.
Yeah, I guess it might be a good idea to talk about the differences between the PC version and PSX in general. We said the PC version has very little load times, if any, whereas the PSX version has to physically load from disk, which takes a significant amount of time each time it has to happen.
The game also incorporates a fraction reset on your steps on every screen. So, as I mentioned before, there's always a perfect fraction concept that comes into your step route, and as a result, you're always ahead when it comes to PC. That's not the same on PSX, and without going into much detail, let's just say that PSX will always be in a consistent manner, whereas PC will always be ahead.
In short, every time you go from a hostile field, like you exit a hostile field, you essentially gain about half a step on average on your step route. So you basically get put far ahead, and so that sounds like a good thing, and usually it is a good thing because you're allowed to be more sloppy with your movement and not be punished for it as badly. But being too far ahead, especially in the 100% route where your formations that you get, where which encounter formations you get matter quite a bit, can be bad if you don't know how to deal with it. And so oftentimes we're going to have to force encounters earlier than we normally would get them in order to account for the fact that PC naturally puts you further ahead than on PSX. Because the routes we're doing here for step routes are basically PSX step routes.
Yeah. PC also is susceptible to something called the double input glitch. And this can be very problematic when it comes to any menuing, either in battle or outside of battle. And an example of this would be, say that you're trying to go down one menu selection and then confirm. So say from like item to magic, the double input might put you instead to the option afterwards for materia. So menus will be taken a little bit slower to avoid that.
Yeah, I expect MonetaryDragon, especially for this particular run, to take menus very slowly in comparison to a PSX run especially.
The example was a very tame situation, but there could be opportunities where double input glitch could kill a run, so that is particularly
Yeah.
Um,
Double input effectively is where if you are holding down, like, I'm not sure if this happens with all possible combinations of buttons, but at least if you're holding a direction input and you press another button while you are holding that direction input, it will re-press the direction button you're pressing. So if you're holding down and then press confirm while continuing to hold down, it does down and then down plus confirm. So the net result would be if you are on a menu, it goes down 2 options and then selects that option instead of only going down 1 option and selecting. And so this, you have to be much more careful with your menus in order to make sure that you are inputting the correct things. What were you going to say?
So if you're too fast, you can accidentally get third option when you did the inputs that should have gotten you second option, and that can be catastrophic in certain situations.
There may be ways to intentionally abuse this to have faster menus, but almost always the fact that it's there is too much of an annoyance and too much of a thing to have to think about to be able to be reliably abused. And so we essentially always consider it to be a hindrance instead of anything that could help us.
So with what's going on in the game right now, we're going to talk to this guy at the end of this car right here, as he's going to give us a high potion that we're going to sell later. A lot of people might not know that he does give you a high potion, but that's one thing that's important. MD right here is switching to the assault gun, as that's going to give Barrett some more damage on the upcoming boss when he does the fight, and we're also taking ice materia off of Cloud. As materia will lower your physical damage that you do with attack. So removing ice, which we're not going to be using anytime soon, is going to help with giving appropriate damage that we're going to need to kill the next boss.
Yeah, and if you let the timer in that train segment run out, all that happens is that you're forced to leave the current train that you're on, which means that you have to do more running in the tunnels here. But the amount of running you have to do is not much extra, and it's worth doing that extra running in order to not have to go through the rest of this segment. This is a somewhat annoying fight to get, but it's better to get this fight based on the fights that we're going to get later. In how, like, for example, we're going to be getting a ghost fight later, and getting that rocket launchers fight is sort of necessary on the fastest way to get that ghost fight later. So we're oftentimes in the 100% route, we have to take these less than optimal choices for encounters in order to have encounters that better fulfill the 100% requirements.
Just out of curiosity there, Ace, what does happen if we take the Grass Strike encounter instead of the rocket launchers?
That happens. Well, the NMS step route does not get a ghost encounter. You could make it so that you get a ghost encounter in place of the preemptive beam glows that you would get, but that ghost encounter can never be preemptive, and so you basically waste a preemptive by doing that. That might be and I think that might be a way to, say, make an elevator route. I've tested elevator routes where you do that, because that lets you, I think, get further ahead on steps or something. Or, like, sort of shuffle around where you need to do steps. And that also means that you're further back in formation, so you can take another encounter later, etc. But,
I gotcha. But you would be trading one preemptive for another, essentially, because that encounter that we're talking about would be preemptive gas strike. But,
yeah, and also, like, we would also prefer our ghosts to be earlier, because we don't want to have to do extra fights in order to get the next thing we're targeting, which I guess would be the Deadly Waste fight. And then after that we're targeting the formation 65, I think. Whatever formation number it is, or is it 60 or whatever? The enemy skill fight in the Corel.
Yeah. Because you want the blow motor one. I think it's not 65. I think it's later one.
I think it's
I'd have
60
to
or
double check.
61 actually. Now that I think about the numbers.
I'll double check it right now. Yeah,
It
you're
is-
right.
it-
61.
It doesn't matter exactly what it is. It's we're targeting a specific number for that in the end.
Yeah. So as you saw, MD forced a fight earlier, and that is because we want to get the fight there in particular, so that we're not too far ahead, as Ace has mentioned before. And also, there's some step route optimization by getting your fight particularly there.
Yeah, I believe that if you were to do the steps that you need to do in order to dodge under the next fight, if you were to do those steps too late, if you were to do those steps in the next room, then that would be too late and you would get the fight. I don't know if you get the fight while doing steps or if you would just have to do more steps.
You'd
But
have to do more. That's what I think it is, and it might not be optimal just because the more steps is obviously walking doesn't get you as far, so you lose time by walking.
yeah, of course.
That's kind of the when a lot of people route this game for different categories, that's kind of like the trade-off that they look at is, do I want to walk more steps to avoid encounters, but if I walk too much, then it puts me further behind because you don't move as far in the game when you're walking, and also walking is slow, so it's quite an interesting thing. I like it's something that I've talked a lot with RJ about. RJ the Destroyer is an any percent runner. He likes to do a lot of step route optimizations for that category and comes up with a lot of fun stuff.
Yeah. So coming up here is a somewhat annoying game where you have to press a button at the right time. Notably, if you react at all to how the other characters press the button, then you've already pressed the button too late. So you have to have a good idea as to the timing. There's a music cue that I like, but it can just be muscle memory as well.
Oh, the button minigame. Sorry, my in-home peer reviewer is telling me about how my audio sounds on their end.
Okay, I think that was second try. I'm sort of switching around between the two streams, so I might not have seen if there was I might not have seen if there was one earlier.
I think that was second try.
All right.
Second try, yeah. I have, in order to have you guys not be way too loud for me, I have the game. I have to have everything globally quieter on my end, like going to my speakers. So it was hard for me to listen along with the music for that.
Okay.
No worries. It's understandable.
So this upcoming boss is Airbuster. You will not see it for very long.
This boss has a very interesting mechanic where from back attacks, and since this is kind of a pincer fight where we're attacking the boss from both sides, he's going to be susceptible to back attacks. This boss takes 5 times damage from back attacks, and so that's why we have obtained the limits. Limits get damage modifiers on our physical damage, and they're going to get quintuple damage. So that's why we swapped the Silkman on Barret, and that's why we took Ice off the Cloud. So we're going to see that they're going to do roughly between 500 and 600 damage. Now, it is possible that Barret could actually crit and one-shot this boss, but that's kind of like a pipe dream for most runners that see this boss. The goal here is to get about 1100 damage between Cloud and Barret, and Tifa only needs to hit about 100, which is normal for her.
Yeah, that was
So I think
like...
we low rolled.
Barret did a
Nope, we're
really
good.
very low roll.
Oh wow,
Yeah,
it's
I
not
think-
dead. I thought...
This boss has 5 health.
Oh wow, I miscounted then. Oh, I think I miscounted Barrett's... I think I misremembered Barrett's first attack then.
This is
A
a
bit
very pitiful Barret.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate that we needed that last attack, but not the end of the world.
Yeah. Most of these bosses in Midgar, until we get to the Shinra building, have almost absolutely no chance of run death. Reno is one that could kill your run before that, but otherwise, all the strats that we do are extremely safe.
Yeah, I'd still consider Reno to be a very safe boss.
Yeah, you have to get really unlucky with that fight in order to game over. But I've seen it quite often with a couple particular streamers.
Could one of you help Dash get in here?
Sure.
Seems to be struggling.
Yeah, I just saw it. Do we don't have permissions to pull him in though, so
Hello, Dash.
Oh, hello. How's it going?
Hey Dash.
Good.
Nothing.
Can the stream let us know if Dash is relatively audible?
Yeah. So this is me talking and giving you guys a little mic check. How's it going, everybody?
You might be a little bit quiet, unfortunately, and MD might need to increase you, but I'm not certain.
Oh, okay.
yeah, you're a bit low and MD is a bit high. But I don't think that it matters because MD should be quiet for the most part since he's focusing on the run.
Yeah, and then you guys can know when it's the actual runner talking because he's loud.
I guess it'll be fixed at the next opportunity. But right now we're recruiting Aerith or Eris. Highly contentious topic.
Or A, I guess.
Yeah, A. We can all agree on A in the speedrun.
Yeah, I guess it's worth mentioning that because text scrolls, the text scrolls a certain number of characters per frame usually, and as a result, it's best to reduce character names as short as possible, especially in this very long run. Though Aerith, arguably, it's less worth doing, but reasons.
Hey, I have Dash maxed out on my end.
Oh, okay. I'll give you another mic check there then. All right. Is that sounding any better?
I don't notice a
Sergius
difference.
says it's acceptable. So we're coming up to a particular section where Cloud is going to rescue Eris, and he's going to do that by dropping barrels. So there's only one barrel that you need to actually drop in this section, and it depends on which soldier you want to drop it on. In particular, there's one that we do for 100%. That is intended because we need to burn the steps here for an encounter.
I guess it's more that the fastest way to get through this segment is to make it so Aerith is constantly moving, and the fastest way to do that is to start with running here.
Yeah, sorry. That's actually the true reason. I'm thinking the reverse for the NMS category.
Yeah, like, it just so happens to be the case that doing that means that we have to travel slightly further to get to this barrel here, but that's built into the step route and it's fine. I should also mention that this back attack right here isn't in most other routes that do this segment of the game, but it's another trade-off we have to make in order to get a good ghost hand fight and a good set of formations afterward. It's not a big deal. It's not that big of a deal though, and arguably it's an opportunity for Cloud to take a couple of hits to get some damage, although the amount of damage there really isn't much, because we have to be building limits and using limits in order to go fast quite frequently. It's beneficial to do so.
Now, interestingly, for the 100% category, and this is something that I've kind of played with, and I think MD has also looked into it a bit too, but if you're able to get that fight at the barrel that you're going to push to save Aerith, there is a setup that you can do to get the next boss that we're going to fight into a preemptive encounter. Now, there are only a few bosses that are susceptible to preemptive fights, and it's not necessary for the 100% category, but it does make the fight slightly faster. There's a method that you can do as long as you keep your movement consistent. After you push that barrel, you can guarantee a preemptive. And that is also another boss that does benefit from some extra damage in a back attack, just like Airbuster. The only downside for these categories that do Airbuster is that we don't have a limit on Cloud going into that fight, so we can't maximize our damage that way.
And I suppose it's at least worth quickly mentioning what we mean by categories that do Airbuster, because in case you're not aware, there is actually a way to skip the entire Reactor 5 segment and everything up until Wall Market using a little thingy called Guard Skip, where you can basically clip through the guards at the Sector 7 in the Sector 7 area and find an unused loading zone that leads directly to the playground. This is used in runs that are like any percent. And that saves around 20 or so minutes in those speedruns. We would do that in this category, except one of the requirements for 100% is to beat all of the bosses, which Airbuster is. Other than that, that is actually the only requirement that we need to go to Sector 5 for, and so, yeah, I guess that's sort of interesting that that's the only reason why we don't do the skip.
And then on the other hand, there's another very large skip, Calm Skip, that we will be doing because nothing in the Calm flashback is part of 100% requirements.
So you're going to see that you just probably saw that MD picked the second option there, and that's kind of an optimal thing to do for this particular dialogue, as we call it girlfriend skip, but it prevents Cloud from doing a shaking his head animation, so it's like a 1 second time save. But yeah, we jokingly call it girlfriend skip because we're claiming that Tifa's not our girlfriend.
There are a ton of dialogue selections in the run that are like they're optional in the context of like will the route work, but you know it's just like a second option here or there might save 1 second of animation or one text box or something, you know. So it's not like absolutely necessary, but you know, why not?
I like to shotgun roulette, like hitting down at the same time that I'm mashing through that dialogue.
And just, if you get it, you get it, and if you don't, you don't.
Yeah, it's 1 second, so I feel like it can't be arsed to. But I know that I should get better at doing things like that. I just feel like I have more fun myself through the run doing things like that.
Yeah.
All right, and so with Ace and Blink already here, I was actually really just here to get my voice check in, and I'm gonna be coming back for the second half of the run. Once you guys get sleepy, I'm gonna go get a nice sleep and come back, and the run is still gonna be going, and then I'm gonna be the hype man for the second half of the run. So how about that?
Sure, but you could stay for playground skip at the very least. After this
That's
shop
true.
right here, I'm not sure.
Alright, yeah.
I'm not sure if MD will be going for it, but at the very least, if he does, then after this shop right. No, actually, no. I'm dumb. I don't think he goes for. No, I'm pretty sure it doesn't go for playground skip on PC because there's a different setup you need.
Yeah, he went for it on his run.
I got
the
it
other
earlier
day, so-
today.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I think we're gonna see it.
Nice.
Here, so this is a playground skip. This is a 50. I'll just let him do it.
Failed.
Unfortunate.
Oh,
The visual cue for it is really weird on PC.
yeah.
So playground skip there is, Aerith right there has a script where she is checking for what polygon Cloud is standing on, what triangle Cloud is standing on. That makes up the the field mesh, basically. It happens to be the case that as a result of the Final Fantasy VII field map scripting engine, she only checks what frame what triangle you're on every other frame, and so there's a way to get into a position where you can run on a triangle that she is checking, and then on the next frame run such that you are off of that triangle and past her. And so if you happen to run on that triangle on a frame where she is not checking, then then she doesn't see you on that triangle and you can just run past her. Now, that in and of itself doesn't really skip much directly, because that cutscene right there is not very long. However, if you skip that cutscene, then this little scene that we're in right now, where Aerith and Cloud are talking on the slide and such, does not happen, and you can just run past and run to Wall Market. This is an annoying skip, which is basically a 50-50 chance. However, at least on the PlayStation version, DashRetro has relatively recently figured out some tech to, if not make it 100% consistent, at least significantly better than 50-50 if you are good at executing it.
Yeah, it turns it into a very difficult skill-based trick rather than a 50-50. And the key difference between PC and PlayStation as to why it's only a PlayStation thing is it involves using the animation of the arrows, but the state of the arrow animation is preserved between screens. And so on PlayStation, what you can do is just not use the arrows until you get to that screen, and you turn them on with select. So you can buffer the select button, which will always it'll turn the arrows on as the screen loads, which always has the arrow animation it'll line up relative to the on-off checking action of the triangles that Ace was talking about. It'll line it up correctly if you do that. But on PC, you simply can't buffer select into the screen, just because of the different way that the screen transitions work. And so that's the only reason that it doesn't really work for PC.
Okay, thanks. I wasn't entirely sure of how it would or would not work on PC, so that's good to know, I guess.
I guess also your visual cue would be really difficult to use because the arrows for those field transitions are also extremely small compared to the PSX. I mean, you could probably find one that works, but using it as a cue looks really difficult. And I'm talking about like these red arrows.
Yeah, the ones that show you where there are screen transitions.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not huge on PlayStation either. The thing that I use is like I just look at the top strip of it, because like it's like a white line going down, and so if you use the 2 frames of where it's the darkest and then it's the brightest, then you're really only looking at the top, and it's a pretty nice difference.
Anyway, I guess we should mention as to what's going on right now. MonetaryDragon is currently going through the necessary parts of the quest line in order to gain access to Don Corneo's lair, mansion thingy. I don't know if it's a mansion, but it's a thingy. And we want to complete the quest in such a way that Cloud is who is chosen by Don Corneo. Part of that involves selecting "It was all right" on this text box right here, to get the pharmacy coupon, to get the digestive, to help somebody out in the bar who gives you something.
Yeah, apparently just saying like "it was all right," that's like a really great customer experience for a chef in Wall Market, so they're very appreciative and give you a coupon.
Man, they must get a lot of bad customer service.
The fact that you don't get food poisoning is already Michelin star worthy.
Ultimately, the reason why we want to get picked by Don Corneo, it avoids a couple of fights that you would get, so that would also use up resources. and there are other factors in it that make getting picked by Don Corneo just faster overall, with dialogue and such. But the key items that we're aiming for, and they are key items, are we're trying to get that diamond tiara that we just got. We're getting some sexy cologne from this person that we had just picked up the digestive for. And we're going to pick up a dress, which is going to happen right now from talking to the old man in this bar. And we're going to pick up a wig, a top quality wig from doing squats.
I should mention that it is possible to perform a little trick in this bar that allows you to combine these two cutscenes and save a decent amount of time. However, it is not unreasonable to soft lock the game while doing so, and that's a reason why MD does not, like MD in particular, is not very fond of learning that trick because it doesn't save much time, it's not trivial to execute, and it has a chance to just kill your run entirely by soft locking the game. And for 100% in particular, where these small tricks don't really save that much time relative to good menuing, good movement, and good gameplay in general, his logic of not learning that trick and not using it is very sound.
Yeah, especially in a marathon setting. And with Hundo, I'm always saying that, you know, the little things are little things, but like, the thing that is the difference between hours on your time is just whether or not the route is going according to plan.
Coming up here, we've got squats. We want to win this game. If we tie, that is equivalent to us losing, essentially. Whether we win, tie, or lose determines which quality of wig we get, and normally we can get 20 or 21 squats here on the PlayStation version at the very least. PC, it's a bit different because PC is weird, but that should be about the same. The most consistent way to do squats quickly is to hold each input while the animation for the previous input is going on. Essentially, all of squats is bufferable like that.
Is it true you can get 22 on PC?
I believe that the ability to get more than 21 on PC has to do with the fact that PC can sort of get above 30 frames per second. I believe that field animations are tied to frame rate, whereas the timer that actually dictates how long the game is tied to real time. And so if you have a higher frame rate, you can get more squats in.
Gotcha.
But I might not be correct about that. In fact, it might be the case. The fact that HD can get 22 might mean that that's not entirely correct. Sorry, were you going to say something?
I was going to say that game can be very particular where you can have a guy that you're squatting against who's really good at squats. And I have seen a few people get 20. And they tied with him because they didn't have the frame perfect buffering.
Yeah, I think it's a 1 in 256 chance, but you could also consider it to be a 1 in 768 chance or so that guy gets exactly 20, at least on PSX.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, the most he can get on PlayStation is 20, and in that circumstance, you can get 21 if you're perfect.
Yeah, the reason why there's variation there is because exactly how long the game lasts sort of depends on exactly when you begin the game. It's sort of the timer that it uses is sort of locked to a particular second interval that is in the game. So I'm not sure exactly what determines when like how it's locked to, but essentially that means that if you start the game half a second later, the game might last half a second less in length, basically, until you go to the next second.
So we pick up this ether here. We already sold all of our inventory minus the iron bangle at the last shop to give us all the grenades that we're going to need for the entirety of Midgar. And now these items that we're picking up are important items that we're going to either use as backup for the run or to sell. And I believe that the ether is one that we keep for selling purposes.
Yeah, and somebody in chat is asking about the frame rate counter that is present on the screen right now. That's basically the frame rate counter itself is a program called DxStory, which is sort of the de facto standard frame rate counter that's used for PC runs because it shows two decimal points of precision, which is a significant level of that we want to measure.
And yeah, since all the game's logic, like number of lines of code that are running per second and stuff, right? That's all tied to the frame rate, right? If your game was running at 20, it'd actually be running at 2/3 the speed. And likewise, it can also run too fast, right? And that would create an unfair advantage. And so in order to kind of regulate everybody down to the same playing field, we use that tool to FPS fix, that is. Sorry, you didn't introduce. I cut you off before you introduced FPS fix. But yeah, that regulates it to 30.
Yeah, it's annoying to use, and honestly, a lot of us don't like it because it's a not very good solution to a problem that just is an inherent problem with the game that makes it not possible to be competitive, really, between two different people on two different hardware setups. But it's just something we kind of have to use in order to have a speedrun, to be honest.
The same person that made FPS Fix is making. They are working on a new solution though that is super rock solid. As far as like it gets everybody, theoretically gets everybody rock solid 30, no problem whatsoever on fields, and so that's currently in development.
Yeah, our hope is to be able to use it allow it as a replacement for doing runs on the vanilla version of the game with FPS Fix. We of course want the game to be modified as little as possible to do so, as in the game should play the exact same, but should just stay at 30 FPS constantly otherwise, assuming that your computer can actually handle it, of course.
It also addresses an issue that the game pauses whenever you tab out of the window, so that's one other minor improvement.
I guess so. So we are finished the wall market segment now, and we are moving on to the next boss fight against Apps. I don't know whether or not he'll be able to do it, just because I'm not sure of what you would need to do to have the setup for it, especially on the PC version, but it might be a preemptive fight. Based on, I should say, the fact that whether or not it would be preemptive would be based on exactly what step ID you are on when you start the fight, which has something to do with the encounter logic and the encounter manipulation we've been talking about earlier in the run.
And luckily, based on AceZephyr's routing, in general, there are 3 preemptive step IDs that you kind of enter this field on. So even if you weren't going to do a setup, there is a pretty good chance that you could get a preemptive boss fight just because of where the route is at this particular part of the game.
Yeah, especially on the PC version.
Yeah.
All right, I am gonna be back in a few hours to hype up the second half of the run. You guys have fun.
No worries. See you
Enjoy
later,
your nap.
Nash. Speaking of preemptive, here we have one.
Yeah,
Now-
we got lucky.
All that this preemptive is going to do with this particular fight is mean that Apps, I think, yeah, actually that preemptive really didn't do anything, just because there are probably strategies that you could use in order to take advantage of this preemptive, but there's not really much you can do about it with it in this category in particular, because we used our limit on Cloud on Airbuster, and in order to really take advantage of this preemptive, we would want to be able to do a back attack with Braver on Apps to do about 500 or so damage, but we don't have a Braver here, and it would not be fast enough to get a Braver to actually save time. Now, another thing that's done on this fight is the turn order that we use is hopefully going to mean that the last grenade that is thrown by Aerith. As part of... Yeah, the last grenade there was thrown by Aerith, meaning that Aerith was counted as the party member that killed Apps, and so Aerith is going to have 1 kill added to her kill count. That sounds a bit weird, thank you.
Nice fight, by the way. I don't know if you noticed, Ace, but we skipped the 3rd tsunami as a result of the preemptive.
Yeah, that's good.
That's one of the benefits of this fight, if you do get the preemptive on the 100% category, is you avoid having a 3rd sewer tsunami attack done. And that alone is 15 seconds because it's a very long animation. Compared to his earlier ones that he does, the 3rd one comes from the opposite direction from behind the party, and his animation for that is actually significantly longer.
In addition, it does a lot more damage to the party, and so you might need to spend time after the fight healing up the party, though it'll be in a menu that we're about to do here anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And he might heal the party up anyway, because there is a chance that the next fight would have... yeah, I guess the next fight could take a while, but it likely won't.
So here's one of the first, not this fight, but the next fight that's coming up that Ace mentioned is one of the first 100% related encounters that we're aiming for, and that's why the step route is extremely important. We're going to get a fight with an enemy called a Ghost, because in particular, we want to steal an item from them called the Ghost Hand, as this is the only 2 screens that we could see ghosts, and they're the only enemy that we could reliably get a Ghost Hand from without losing too much time. Any other... Oh, sorry, go ahead, Ace.
Luckily, we just got the steal materia, and so we have someone that can perform steals.
So here's the ghost fight. Stealing a Ghost Hand is roughly a 1 in 3 chance to get it. Getting it first try is extremely good. But even if we don't get it on the first try, this isn't that risky of a fight, and they can build up our limits pretty easily as well.
Now you'll see that while we are waiting for Cloud to do a steal attempt, MD is entering a menu and just holding the game in a menu. As part of the last menu that we did before this fight, we set the ATB mode to wait, and so what that does is makes it so that all time advancement in battles pauses while you are in a menu or selecting something. And so that includes the enemy's ability to gain ATB time. And so while we are waiting for Cloud to do a steal attempt, we are not giving the enemies any time to build ATB or to queue attacks, basically. Which means that the enemies get fewer attacks off while we're waiting for our animations to finish. This is going to be a technique that's called ATB weight tricking or ATB weight abuse or something like that. And we're going to use it a lot more in fights later. But that's a small example of the benefits of ATB weight in certain scenarios.
Now, that wasn't a very particularly good Ghost Hand steal, but we got it, and we didn't have to expend resources after the fact, so it's still a win.
That's good.
And this was a preemptive fight that we can just run away from. MD went for an ether steal and was successful, so that will save us some time later for a section where we're going to steal some ethers. You were going to say something, Ace?
Yeah, I was basically going to say that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No worries.
I stole your spotlight.
No, you should get to talk. It's fine.
So this is the last section of Sector 7 that we're going to see before we can never come back here ever again. We're going to climb this pillar. And one particular thing is that these pillar screens are actually very annoying in a particular way because of the perspective of the camera. So we'll likely see MD be very careful as you're going up because it's very easy to lose good movement on these if you don't take the corners of the stairway really tightly, because it's kind of like a spiral staircase in a rectangular spiral, if that makes any sense.
I'm actually really ahead right now. I can do this fast.
It's
Okay.
also PC, so it's probably fine anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still ahead after doing that fast.
That's really hilarious. Also, welcome in, Morningcraft. Morningcraft is asking if you're stocked on Mountain Lightning. I'm gonna take a gander and say MD's response would be, you better believe it.
I also have
So,
a giant cup of ice in the freezer downstairs. Ready to go for when I get a break later.
Nice. So here we have Reno, who will trap one of our characters in a pyramid. It's not worth freeing that character, just because we can... I don't think it'll reduce the number of turns that we can beat Reno in if we did so. At least, assuming no paralysis or any other unlucky events. Cloud getting frozen is fine, and I think that's technically the fastest option in terms of grenade animations, because another weird thing you have to consider is the fact that not all characters take the same amount of time to throw their grenades. However, in 100% in particular, it might have been a good idea to... It might have been beneficial to be able to use Cloud's limit break there, but that's not a huge deal. In fact, we're using a big shot instead, now that we have obtained that as a limit break. So far in the run, we have used 2 Bravers and 2 Big Shots, I believe, and that is important to keep track of to save time later, while we farm the rest of... I guess the rest of the Big Shots in particular, because we need to have 8 Bravers done before a certain section of the run to have unlocked Cross Slash, because Cross Slash is a very useful limit break.
Now, while it might be subtle, I believe we did go back to active for that fight. Most fights in Midgar are more optimally done in active, since they're not very threatening fights. And it just keeps the fight progressing, because if we're in wait, it does kind of slow down the fight in the sense that we are going to be preventing ATB from filling up and etc. And most of the fights in Midgar, save I think 2, are done in active, just to keep the fight progression flowing.
Yeah, a bit late for it, but I believe that was Slap Skip, where we see Aerith receiving slapped, like doing the being slapped animation, but Tsung never goes and slaps her. I believe that happens when you close the preceding text box on a particular frame.
Bye, Sector 7.
Goodbye.
And for anyone in chat that is not familiar with 100%, we're coming up on the Shinra building infiltration section of the game, and if anyone that does watch FF7 knows FF7 things, you might be a little bit confused as to why we might be taking the stairs. And 100% is a stair-routed category, particularly because there are certain criteria that we need to have for 100% things that are going to be coming up. And one of those has to deal with the number of encounters that we have. So when Ace developed the route, elevator manipulation, which is something that you'll see the no slots any percent category do, was not in a consistent state as it is now. And because we couldn't rely on inconsistency with elevator encounters for encounter control, we opted to take stairs. So one of the future routes that's coming up is accounting for doing an elevator, but for now we're doing stairs. This is going to allow us to be able to maintain a certain number of gil, certain number of encounters, and I think that's really it. Those are the main concerns. That would be a thing for if we took elevators, that you could have varying money and varying encounter numbers, because we need to pick up a mithril item that will be used to pick up Aerith's level 4 limit.
Yeah. And so MonetaryDragon is doing some steps here. I guess the step route that I'm used to is to do these steps on the at the top of the tower after the fight immediately, but here is fine as well.
Yeah, you have some leeway. This was something that Dino Bambino had come up with, because you could use a visual cue here, or not necessarily a visual cue, but you could do a particular consistent movement that will always get you just enough under the next fight, rather than needing to count.
That's nice.
And it uses that cutscene trigger as your ending point. So yeah, normally in the no slots you would count your waterfall glows outside of this house in order to perform the elevator manipulation. And like I said, since we're doing stairs, we don't need to worry about that.
I should mention that even on PC, the optimal, I'm not going to say the optimal way, but at least the preferred way to perform elevator manipulation actually doesn't even do that. It instead does a save and hard reset at the save point outside of the Shinra Tower, and uses that to reset RNG.
Oh yeah, that's right.
And if we were to implement something like that into PC 100%, then we need a completely different step route, because that also resets our formations, which would screw up the encounters that we need to get later on.
Yeah, that would affect getting a deadly waste here,
But
laser,
also, if you're going to be doing that, like, if PC 100% were to be routed for real at any point, like specifically for PC, then kind of the entire step route would need to be done again to account for fraction resets. Anyway.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. As far as I know, most PC routes kind of use a modified version of PSX ones where you just force or do extra steps and stuff, and that's extremely inoptimal. And it should be the case where routes should just be created for it. And if we were going to do it correctly, like MonetaryDragon was saying, is we just develop a route for PC. This is like a perfect turbo bathroom break.
Yeah, speaking of which, I guess, DashRetro, the runner that was originally going to be doing runs here, is a big proponent of using turbo in runs. I guess to the point where, like, as a result of some hand injuries that were, like, he's had to use turbo in runs, and sort of as a result of that, we've started to become a lot more accepting of turbo in runs and have a turbo leaderboard, for example. MonetaryDragon, I believe, is not using turbo. It says right there in the command. Turbo, in general, is just useful for mashing through text. There are a couple of cases where it might be useful for, I guess, other tricks or things, but for the most part, it's just for mashing through text.
I will be taking about a 90-second time loss later when doing the arm wrestler PC, because I'm going to be doing the easy mode 10 times instead of the hard mode 5 times.
Yeah, we'll mention that when that's relevant.
Okay, this is a good fight. This shows that we're ahead. So
Yeah.
depending on where you get fights, those are indicators for how well you're performing the step route. In 100%, that one is a good indicator because normally in the route, which we're doing right now, since it's a safety strat, you would take this fight right here prior to going to the Shinra building. There is another strategy you could use to get that fight actually in the Shinra building, but it's a little risky because there's like a 2-step interval on a screen that's coming up where the screen is live, that if you get a fight there, it's an inescapable fight and you have to end the fight via killing the enemy, and it uses up resources. Getting the fight here instead prevents us from getting the inescapable encounter. But that was kind of where I was going with the indicator thing earlier, is knowing how far ahead you are, you could skip that fight and do it in Shinra building instead.
Yeah,
but since we're going for safety strats.
On PC, I'm always forcing the whole leader fight, just to try to keep myself from getting too far ahead.
That makes sense.
On
we picked up
PSX,
batteries. Oh, go ahead.
yeah, on PSX, I almost never take the whole leader fight. Here I always am.
Got it. We picked up batteries. It's important for the story that we do, as we're climbing up some wreckage right now from Sector 7 in order to get to the Shinra building. And we need the batteries in order to cause some of the wreckage to move so that we could progress up the wreckage. So here's the first battery that we would use. There are some cases that I have seen runners forget to pick up the batteries, and it is major time loss.
I guess interestingly, I believe, batteries are actually one of the items that are required for the 100% definition, or at least are one of the items that we check for. You can use all 3 of the batteries here in order to get an item, like I think it's an ether or something, but you only need to use 2 of them to actually progress. But if you were to use all of them, then you would no longer have batteries in your inventory, and at least with the lists that I use while verifying runs, you would not have a 100% completion. You would not have 100% completion at that point, and you would actually forever lock yourself out of being able to get 100%.
It's also important to mention that you actually have to buy these batteries, so making any money mistakes depending on the route that you're on could kill your run because you wouldn't be able to buy them. Just as a minimum, we need to have 300 gil in order to make that purchase.
Yeah, I'm Gurk, and I definitely have found that pretty interesting. Well, Sierra, if anything, it's weird that they even sort of keep track of the amount that you're able to use, because you get 3. There are exactly 3 places where you can use a battery, and like maybe you'd have 3 separate key items: battery 1, battery 2, battery 3, or maybe you just have a key item called batteries, which is just an unspecified number of batteries that you could use as needed.
I'm pretty sure the game doesn't let you sell them. So there's
Yeah.
no way for them to leave your inventory other than using them.
Yeah, without glitching or anything, you can't get them. You can't do anything with them other than place them in battery receptacles.
It sounds like that's a challenge accepted to you, MD, for getting rid of them in JP 1.0.
It's harder not. It feels like it'd be harder not to. I mean, that is definitely a bit of a joke, but not as big of a joke as I would hope it would be. Actually, here's a thought. I wonder if there's a way on JP 1.0 or whatever to get the batteries, to buy the batteries, and then delete them from your inventory without actually using them. And I assume, therefore, that would actually lock you out of being able to progress through the game at all.
Yeah, I think so.
And Zergo, I'm pretty sure I've never heard it anywhere that batteries are different on any of the JP versions. I could be wrong, of course, but I think that would have been mentioned somewhere, and I'd remember it from somewhere if that was the case. So yeah, I guess it's also sort of worth noting that in regard just to taking the stairs right here, stairs is like we've already sort of talked about it before, but whether or not taking the stairs in Hundo is worth doing is a bit of a weird question. Is a bit weird to think about. There is a glitch that will save about 20 seconds late. Actually, a glitch that will save around 35 seconds later on that we can do because we have taken the stairs right now. However, there is an item that we need to collect in the first floor of the Shinra lobby that we will have to spend 20 seconds going out of our way to go grab, as a result of taking the stairs as opposed to have taken the elevator. So with that, elevator is a net 15-second time loss compared to elevator in no slots, or rather, stairs saves 15. Stairs fails to lose 15 seconds that it would lose otherwise. I don't know exactly how to describe that, but I think you get what I mean.
Also important to note here, we picked up an elixir. There's an elixir that exists at this part of the game on the stairway, and it's going to be useful for the run. We're actually going to use it. There are some very beneficial MP recovery sections that will utilize that. Some routes would use that on a boss that you would fight in Cosmo Canyon, but because of the way that we route 100%, we're going to actually have an X potion, which will have the same effect right before we actually fight that boss. Dino trick to Paradox. Yeah, that's a PC only trick. And it could be used here, but I'm sure that we're not going to see it today just because we're going for safety strats. So time losses are okay as long as the run finishes.
So we go down to the bottom of these guards here because this field is not hostile until we start this fight, but after this fight it is hostile. And this fight is another good example of ATB wait. Unfortunately, we got pretty unlucky with the enemy guards' ATBs. However, sort of what we want to do with this fight is to try and make it so that they get as few turns as possible. And I'm not sure if MD is doing that specifically here, but
Very unlucky.
That's at least the
I do this really, really carefully because double input glitch can be very bad in this fight.
Yeah, definitely better to avoid that than to try and go fast.
Yeah.
So you might have noticed right there that MD, you may or may not have noticed, but MD intentionally avoided taking the tranquilizer drop from that fight. A lot of the 100% route that MD has been working on recently is standardizing inputs and standardizing menus so that you don't really have to think about them while actually going through them. Whether or not you get a tranquilizer from that fight is random, and I think arguably getting a tranquilizer might I don't think it would really save time actually now that I think about it, but it would change where tranquilizers are in the inventory once we do get them later. And tranquilizers are an important item that we need to have, that we would like to have in a consistent position.
So this is a very particularly annoying part of Midgar. For anyone who has run this game before, this part sucks. Because you might get into a lot of fights really easily. MD is going to use a strat which we call fast guards. So he timed when to send Tifa through right there because now he doesn't have to wait for his characters to wait until these guards are in the perfect position to send them through, and we're able to send them as quickly as possible. I think there are some setups for doing this fast guards that could be faster, but they're also not really, they're probably not really consistent setups for it. Like, the task does one, the tool-assisted speedrun does a faster setup, but it's probably not human viable.
Yeah, I believe what MD will be doing for this next floor is looking at a particular book. Yeah. Which tells you exactly what the code is going to be. We want to win the elemental materia from Mayor Domino here. And to do that, we need to guess his code the first try. And you can see here that the password is, I believe, best. Yeah, that was economics, so that's best. Basically, you can use a little mnemonic thing to remember which of the 4 possible passwords the correct one is based on what you see from the book, the text of the book. We then take the elevator to floor 65, since there's nothing we need on floors 63 and 64 right now. However, I guess it's also worth noting that floor 63 has the coupon collection game, which used to be a part of the 100% route. From that, you can get the star pendant, 4 slots, and an all materia. However, none of those items are only obtainable here. While the star pendant was useful for selling for extra gil, we were able to route that out. And the 4 slots, we now do an extra shop in, or technically it's not an extra shop since we move a shop from somewhere else in order to replace it, but we do a new shop now in Costa del Sol in order to go to the only shop in the game that sells 4 slots at the only point in the game where you can buy it. Well, not only point, but there's a limited point in time where you can buy the 4 slots from that shop, and so if you fail to do so, then it's forever missed.
Now, MD did a speedrun tech here where you're able to open these chests in any order, depending on which chest you open first and which slot you place it in the model room. So if you pick the first chest that he opened and then put it in the slot that's closest to the door, it bypasses a mechanic that's part of this puzzle where it locks you out from opening any of the chests. So you can open the chests in any order and place the model in any particular order you want. Normally when you enter this room, if you were doing it from a casual standpoint, you would come up from the stairs and there's a chest right there that you would immediately think to open. And by attempting to open it, it actually engages the puzzle where it locks out every other chest. And that would be true too if you attempted to open any other chest than the one that MD opened. Now, I'm curious, Ace, if that would be considered like a debug thing that was left in the game.
I'm not actually certain. I haven't checked the script for when you try to open that chest. So actually, yeah, now that you say that, I should check that room a bit more, because I kind of thought that it was a specific... I kind of thought that it was an intentionally coded feature because of how it looked like in the script. It looked like an intentionally coded feature, but it also might have been like a bug based on incorrectly set flags or something. I don't know.
Or I wonder if it was a thing where it was kind of like a debugging sort of thing where the developers would know, oh, we can open this chest just to make sure that it, that it executes properly or something.
Maybe, I don't know.
Kind of like with the W item glitch. Yeah, it could be. It could be a coding error as well, Zergo. Oof. That's very unfortunate. So, when you are following Hojo up the stairs there's those two NPCs that you saw. We colloquially call them Brad and Karen. For funny reasons, but they can appear in that room in a particular way, and yeah, Karen got in the way there. I think it's field RNG dependent what is their pathing that they choose to go.
I believe that's correct.
And it could be that that both of them happen to go up that hallway that MD was trying to take to follow Hojo up, and just obstruct your path until you get to that three-way intersection. Here's a funny PC difference from the original PSX. Cloud's gonna look into this little tank right here where Genova is being stored. And there is a very funny situation here where this cutscene is dramatically cut short. And it's kind of jarring if you're coming from PSX to PC, but yeah, it's dramatically cut short. There's other situations like that, like the Chocomog Chocobo dance is also cut short.
That's interesting. Yeah, coming up here is going to be the fight against Sample. We're first going to get Red as a party member, but afterwards we're going to be fighting against Sample, which is going to be another use of ATB weight in order to try and prevent the 4 different enemies from doing a lot of attacks and to try and limit how much ATB they can gain. Because otherwise we basically have 3 of our characters doing attacks and then all 4 of the enemies doing attacks in some order, and that would repeat until it was dead. However, with what we can basically prevent the enemies from gaining ATB whenever we don't want our characters to be gaining ATB by holding time in a menu or something. and that lets us get in our 3 grenade attacks more quickly than every 4 enemy attacks, basically. The first attack of the fight is going, or I should say, I'm pretty sure that it's always the case that the main sample's first attack will be a Shady Breath on the entire party, which has a chance to poison every one of the party members. The usually best thing to happen is that it poisons everyone, because then sample will never use Shady Breath again, which is a relatively slow attack animation.
Nice, okay. I was gonna say that I don't know if that is the case, but maybe I'm misremembering, because he does step forward to launch the little dudes. And I have seen him do that before, Shady Breath.
So that's another braver and another big shot used to add to the counters.
We had a
Oh, that
braver
was a
crit.
big
That was a
shot.
crit, wow.
Oh yeah, big shot crit. Yes, that's nice.
Yeah. Against these bosses, crits are usually like a 1 or 2 or so % chance.
This fight might be over on this next video. The crit threw me off.
Yeah, that's good for giving me some buffer some additional buffer in terms of grenades.
That's nice.
Every grenade is about, and it's always consistently in this range. It's always about 130 to 145 damage. So that big shot was 280, so it saved us 2 grenades, and the Braver was roughly in the same range as 1 grenade.
Yeah, against most of these Midgar bosses, a limit break is about the same damage as a grenade, which is usually around 140 damage.
Mm-hmm. And
that changes later, of course, when our characters get stronger and the enemies gain more defense and so take less damage from grenades. But we're not really going to be using grenades for much longer after Midgar anyway.
Yeah, we're going to we need these grenades that we bought too as well to last us until we get to Junon, as that's going to be our next point of buying grenades. And we'll only use the grenades for the next 2 bosses after that, as Ace mentioned. We're not going to have grenades for much longer. And it's important that we have a substantial number of grenades when we leave Midgar, as there's one fight that we need to use grenades to end the fight, and that's for when we're going to pick up a Chocobo. We need at least 2 grenades to finish it, but preferably we want 3 in the 100% category, as it will maintain our menus going forward. So now we're going to be thrown in Shinra jail, and this is an opportunity for us to get closer to our party. This will give us a free heal as when we finish, because we get put to sleep because Cloud just wants to go to sleep. And that's really good for prepping us for the next fight that we're going to get, which is going to be our Deadly Waste Steal. The enemy in that fight, the Zenene, which we're stealing the Deadly Waste from, can do substantial damage. And if we weren't healed, that would have been a little bit more problematic and slow.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Zenene is the only enemy in the game that has a Deadly Waste Steal. The other sources of Deadly Wastes are from kills, if there is more than one. I think there's a couple,
right.
I think. There's a couple, I think. But yeah, we want to get the Deadly Waste Steal right now, and so it is an encounter that we have routed into the step route. In fact, we've gone one step further and routed that encounter to be a preemptive encounter, and so we're guaranteed to get at least one steal and then be able to run away. At least one steal attempt and then to be able to run away should we happen to get the Deadly Waste on that steal.
I think that's only happened to me once or twice where that's happened.
Yeah.
Okay, this is interesting as a just fine because I wanted to confirm what you said, Ace. So there are a few enemies where it is drop. Zanene is the only steal. If at all there was interest in this, you could actually morph it from a brain pod.
All right. That would be a way to more quickly get it if we were to return to this area in the return to Midgar. However, I guess the goal is to get it while we're able to get it as an incidental encounter here, because we would have to go to a different floor in order to get it in the return to Midgar.
Yeah, we'd have to go to a floor we would never go to. So there's a fun little dodge that is possible to do in that prison section with Barrett. It's extremely hard to manage to pull off, but it could save you 5 seconds, where kind of like with Jesse Skip and some of the other things that we've done, where we've gotten Cloud to avoid paralysis. You could talk to Barrett when hitting his trigger where he starts his dialogue and it cancels getting Cloud paralysis and or paralyzed. Wow, I can't even English this tonight. Wow. And then you just talk to Tifa and Aerith before you leave the room, and it'll advance it before Barrett finishes talking. We also just picked up poison materia. This is very important. We picked it up at this point in time as it's very preferable for the step route since we need to burn a lot of steps right now. But also, it puts it in a known spot in our materia list, so it makes menuing very easy.
Man, our steal luck in this run is not good at all.
Yeah.
At least we have a healing wind.
That's good.
If it comes to that
that's
point.
Good as backup.
Not going to come to that point.
Nice.
Good.
And luckily we didn't accidentally steal from the other guy either. I have done that by accident before.
We pick up a couple of potions there, since it's actually kind of interesting how easy it would be to miss potions if we never really had a specific place to get them in the run. Since before this we sell all our potions, and after this we don't really go to shops and buy potions, and later in the game, like very late in the run,
very good escape, by the way.
A lot of shops actually stop selling potions and only sell high potions. And yeah, that was a good escape. Those enemies can take quite a while. Unfortunately, that's one battle that I wasn't really able to avoid from the step route.
That's a really hard battle to avoid in the step route.
Yeah, how the formation table works out, that fight is always there, basically. It's always somewhere.
I may want to poke your brain on something with that formation, with something I'm working on, but I have a trade-off where I could avoid that fight.
Alright.
So right now we're going to have a little boss gauntlet right here, where half the party, meaning Red, Barrett, and Eris, are going to be separated from us, and they're going to have their own boss encounter with 2 bosses. And Cloud is going to engage Rufus and the Dark Nation. And we have these fights just back to back to back. So this part, while there's not that much danger for the fight, it is actually extremely possible for your run to end here. It's just kind of a rare circumstance. But for the first fight with 100 Gunner, we're going to set up our turn order so that Eris is going to be the one that gets the kill last on that fight. And we're going to... There is a setup that you could use for Heli Gunner, the immediate fight afterwards, to also get her a kill, but it's a very RNG dependent fight because he can put characters to sleep to get it. So that one's kind of a beneficial kill if you get it.
Yeah, and it wouldn't really be necessary anyway, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think you only need 2.
Yeah, the only kills that I routed in as being expected from Midgar are Apps and 100 Gunner for Aerith.
So the fact that I have a healing wind ready is good.
Yeah.
Makes this fight extremely safe. I have seen... I hate this fight in particular. Mostly from the point of view that this first boss can solo focus one person. He could crit people. And then when it moves to the second boss, he can also solo focus somebody, but he also starts off the fight with a sneak attack, so no matter what you do, he always gets the first turn. And I've had it where he's even put Eris to sleep when I had a healing wind queued.
Yeah, that sucks.
I've had it where he's also put characters to sleep, like almost everyone in the party to sleep. I've seen fights where he's put 2 people to sleep and then was going to do his AoE attack and missed both party members that were asleep. So, I find this boss very frustrating because while it's not a fight you can lose very easily, it is a fight that you could lose a lot of time very easily, just outside your control. So here's the sneak attack that we were just talking about. And Barrett was getting focused. Luckily, we had the healing wind. Sometimes you don't enter this fight with a healing wind, and then it gets a little spicy. And once again, using limits with Barrett and Red, doing damage saves as grenades, so we have ample grenades to leave Midgar with. And the moment that the boss starts spinning, that is your cue to know that he only has 2 more attacks left before he dies. So now we are aware that he dies in the next 2 minutes.
An extra Eris kill there is nice.
Nice.
Some
That
nice
was sort of
little
a-
buffer.
That was not really routed in with this strategy, but still nice to have gotten.
Mm-hmm.
So if we miss one later for some reason, then that's good.
That mithril armlet that we just picked up from the boss fight is going to be immediately equipped on Cloud after we kill Rufus. This is to stock him up with as much materia as possible. We'll get to that in just a moment, but Rufus is also a very annoying fight, and this is one that I have seen more runs die to.
Yeah, Rufus has a low but still fairly significant chance of critting Cloud with his shots, and that grenade that we threw on Dark Nation can do less than 140 damage about 13% of the time, I believe, and Dark Nation has 140 health, and it surviving after turn 1 is not very good. But this looks like it was a fine fight.
Yeah. Rufus has about 500 health, and Dark Nation, as I said, has 140. Grenades can roll between 138 and I think it might be 148. So we do need to kill Dark Nation for experience and money, and he can do really annoying things like cast Barrier, cast Bolt, and he has significant evasion. So I have seen fights where you grenade, it doesn't do enough, and if you try to attack him, he could dodge it. So those are situations where it could just have he could have a bad day. And then Rufus on top of it can crit you. So Rufus only needs 4 attacks, 3 grenades, and I think a Braver works, but you could use 4 grenades as well to save it. And there are some backup strats if that were to happen.
First bathroom break of the run here, and I'm going to take it.
Yeah. Quick little FMV here, so if anyone in chat needs to use the bathroom or whatever, go ahead and do so. But what we just grabbed back there was reading a poster that is required for one of the side quests that we're going to be completing much later in the run. There are 6 posters for a place in Wutai called Turtle's Paradise, scattered around the world of Midgar. Just the world of Gaia in general, just the world, I guess. 2 of them are in Midgar, and we have gotten both of them now. That poster, that Turtles number 2 poster, is what we could have gotten if we had taken the elevator, because like we could run to the elevator and grab that poster along the way and barely cost any extra time. Whereas the best way to get it now is the best way to get it if we don't take the elevator is to take it now, because the next time we come to Shinra Tower is after we would have needed to have turned in all the posters anyway, and in addition to it being out of the way anyway. So this next upcoming game is the motorcycle chase. There are 3 types of opponent bicycles. There's red ones, orange ones, and blue ones. The blue ones only existing on the PC and HD versions of the game. Red bikes will avoid your swing attacks when you swing your sword, whereas orange and blue bikes don't try to do so. And there can be a maximum of 3 bikes at a time. So the best strategy to do here, the strategy that we try and do, is to kill non-red bikes and to keep swinging our swords so that red bikes stay away and stay behind us.
Now, interestingly, here is a PC difference from PSX. On PSX, you could just hold down the square or circle buttons for Cloud to swing, and on PC, that doesn't work. You have to always be pushing the button in order to have Cloud swing. So, this isn't an opportunity for you to just mindlessly look at chat once you have the 3 red bikes. I mean, you still can, but you have to be a little more mindful to press the button.
Alright, we got our 3 red bikes.
At the end of this highway, we're going to fight a boss, and it's the final boss of Midgard. Also, it's the end of Remake Part 1. But ultimately, we're going to come up to the boss, and the boss, like most mechanical bosses, is susceptible to lightning. So, like we said, how materia adversely affects your physical damage by lowering your strength, it also positively affects your magic, because it gives you magic stat. So we stack up by equipping the mithril armlet so that we can get an additional 2 materia slots, and stack up with 4 magic materia on Cloud so that he can maximize his bolt rolls. And in that menu we had equipped Restore, Poison, Lightning, and Ice materials. So Lightning for the obvious reason to damage the boss, and Bio and Restore will have beneficial effects for upcoming bosses, and that's why we keep it. Ice is kind of just there to give us extra stat increase. We actually don't use that ice.
This is a very scripted fight in that Motorball's turns will always be the same, and it's building up sort of to its rolling fire attack at the end, and we want to kill it before it does so. However, if we do too much damage, then it will counterattack with potentially rolling fire. And so the goal is to do just enough damage to to reach that last point in its cycle, but not to overdamage it.
It's I think it's actually twin burner if you overdamage. He goes back into the down phase.
Okay. Whatever it is, we would prefer not to see it because it would probably wipe out one or more party members. Anyway, that first bolt roll was a 224, which is a little bit high, I think.
Yeah, we want to average 222 or lower. So this is high damage.
Which is not a problem, we just have to know that we're getting high damage and we can work around it fine.
Okay. Yeah, we're doing a little bit too much damage.
Looks like it was a good fight. Yeah, he just held
Yeah.
off on a grenade at the end.
Exactly. I wasn't sure if that was what happened, but yeah, I think he called it ace.
Great fight. So
We
after
also-
this... Yeah.
So, one final thing about that fight before we finish. We did preemptively set up to have Tifa use her limit there. That is a backup if you didn't do enough damage. Even with holding off on the grenade, because of the over damage, we might have low rolled just enough where he might have survived, and that would have prevented us from dying to rolling fire.
Yeah, here we're going to be, I believe MD is going to be doing a paralysis dodge when exiting Midgar called Barrett Skip in order to skip a little cutscene at the end right here.
And I'm gonna save as soon as I make it to the world map, and we're gonna bank
No
the
worries.
first 2 hours of it.
Yep, nice.
Guarantee that the run finished.
Okay, we got the Barrett skip. So
Nice.
this is beneficial because normally in a playthrough, what will happen there is everyone starts talking rowdy and Barrett starts trying to say that he wants to be leader and everyone votes Cloud. But then they want to generally lead us to getting to calm, and you get put into the party screen where you choose your party members, and you get a free heal as a result. But because
Alright.
we don't want to do calm, and because we also don't want to listen to all that dialogue, it's actually a substantial amount of dialogue. We did that dodge in order to avoid all of that.
Alright, I have several things that I want to talk about here. First of all, we are now counting the number of encounters that we get on the world map because we need to keep track of the number of total fights that we get at a certain later portion of the game. This is our second extra encounter of the run, for example, right here with these thieves. Actually, that's pretty concerning
We made it.
that we get thieves, but alright, good. Second off, we are not going to Calm, as you see. We are directly going to the Chocobo Ranch. That is because we're about to do a skip called Calm Skip in order to avoid having to go through the Calm flashback. This is going to work based on an optimization that was made to the world map's collision detection for the player character Cloud. That can be abused by using a Chocobo. You're going to see later that we're going to be able to get off and on our Chocobo on the other side of the mithril of the marsh, which is something that can only happen when and the Chocobo won't run away, and that only happens before we have completed Calm, because the game wants to make sure that we're able to get back across the marsh and that we have a Chocobo to do so with. If we were to somehow come over here this early without having gone to Calm in a normal playthrough. This is going to be useful because it allows us to abuse, like I said before, an optimization that was made in the world map collision detection engine. Essentially, the world map is made up of many different segments, many different chunks of triangles of triangle collision, And that is something that I'll talk about in just a second, because right now we're going to be doing a manipulation for a chocobo encounter. The encounter RNG on the world map is entirely unrelated to how it works on field maps. Instead, it is based on the IGT that you enter the world map on, and so MonetaryDragon is waiting for an IGT that, with certain movement, will result in a fight against a chocobo and 2 easy enemies to defeat, allowing us to catch a chocobo quickly and without having to throw greens, though he might do so anyway, I'm not sure.
The greens are kind of a way to keep the chocobo docile so it doesn't run away, as if the chocobo is undistracted, it will run away after a little bit of time. So the moment it gets a turn, I would assume, is how it decides if it's going to run away, if it's not already eating the green.
Yeah, chocobos actually never do an action on their very first turn in case they get like first turn ATB basically, but on their second turn they will run away if they have the ability. If they will run away if they're not currently eating. While MD goes and gets the long range materia and a couple of other items, I will begin to try and explain Calm Skip. So, yeah, the world map is divided into several chunks that load in and out of memory when you get close to them. These chunks have triangles in them that determine the shape of the world map and the collision that Cloud can stand on. In order to optimize collision detection, because the game would have to go through all of the triangles in a certain chunk in order to tell which one Cloud is standing on, it would have to check each one of them and see, is Cloud standing on this triangle? No. Is he standing on this triangle? No, until it finds what he is standing on. Presumably, in order to optimize that, the game remembers the last 6 triangles that Cloud has been standing on and keeps a pointer to those triangles as well as a reference to the world map region that they are in. This is so that if you're standing on the same triangle as you were on the last frame, for example, the game doesn't have to go search through all the triangles again to find it. However, what the game does is store a pointer to the triangle's data in memory, but the problem with that is that triangles and entire world map regions can be loaded in and out of memory and load into different slots in memory. So if we run away from an area and run back, the triangles may not be loaded in the same spot in memory as they were the first time. So what we're going to do is basically stand on a triangle here, get on a chocobo, run away, run back, and set up memory, and memory will have been set up in such a way that we have a triangle that we had stored and keep storing because we are riding on a chocobo. The game does not forget those triangles that Cloud had stored, and it sees that there is a triangle in Cloud's stored triangles and tries to determine if Cloud can stand on it. And by doing so, it does determine that Cloud can stand on it, and he is put in the air like this and is able to walk through the mountain that we were not able to walk through before. Now, because of chunk boundaries, we have to do this twice. And so we can do this for 2 consecutive regions at the same time by doing this setup here. And so with this, we should now be able to walk through the mountain entirely and entirely avoid having to go to Calm.
Nice. I also noticed that you're doing the newer setup, so also really congrats to that.
I kind of have to on PC. I couldn't get the other setup to work at all. So what was wrong with it, but
I'm not sure either.
So that was fight number 4. Chocobo was fight 3.
Yes.
It's also good to know that you could... Sorry. I was just going to say, it's good to know that you could go a lot lower at the end there without it breaking the calm skip. Usually on that last little bit, I remember Kuma saying to ride that shadow that you see in the marsh to the spot. But good to know that you can go lower. So here's our next bout of grenades that we're picking up.
We're restocking on grenades for the next 2 bosses. Speaking of which, this first boss is going to be Bottom's Well. Our goal is to poison it as soon as possible. We have about 3 or 4 chances to do so before the fight turns potentially very bad, because it might prevent Cloud. It might lock Cloud and prevent him from being able to take actions.
And that's really bad because we want to make sure Cloud leaves this fight with a limit. Because we're going to use that limit on the next boss, which is susceptible to preemptive battles. And that would be massive damage and massive grenade saving just on that.
Nice.
Very rude crit.
Nice, the boss turned green. That means the fight is good.
Yeah, very good fight. There's a 50%, roughly 50% chance that Bio will land with poisoning on the boss, and the boss will take a set amount of damage after every turn when poison ticks, or particularly when the poison timer fills up. I'd err on the side of saying timer versus ATB.
Yeah. And we also want it to be active here because that poison timer continues running while attack animations are occurring, including these limit breaks. So we are able to, for every attack that we do, poison ticks an extra time essentially. And so we're able to do a lot of damage very quickly and eliminate his 2,500 health pool in not very much time at all.
Very rude boss fight, focusing Tifa the whole time.
That's one more big shot, and deep rush is checked.
Luckily, Tifa will live Big Wave unless she gets crit.
And it probably wouldn't be the end of the world even if she did get crit.
Yeah, it makes
And,
no
yeah.
difference. It makes no difference if she dies. Right. You just don't want Cloud to die, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bottom's Well dropped us a very nice item that is going to be extremely useful for the next few hours of the run. We get Power Wrist from that boss. Power Wrist increases strength on the person who's wearing it, and it's used as an accessory. And we're going to use it on Cloud for Genova to increase his damage. But more importantly, we're going to throw that on Tifa once she gets a few more items that are going to set her up to do massive damage.
Yeah, much of this early game is setting up Tifa in order to be able to, is like getting the things necessary to set up Tifa quickly in order to make her able to do massive damage throughout the run. That's a lot of early game FF7. Well, for various definitions of early game, but depending on the category, I guess. So that right there was the game where you breathe into Priscilla and revive her. The CPR game. Not really much to say there. You do it 41. You do 41 inhales in total, and usually the way to do so is to do 4 groups of 9 and 1 group of 5. And I guess that's mostly all there is to mention without mentioning like 11 breaths, which is kind of a niche thing.
It would be cool to skip that minigame.
It would be. Unfortunately, the only way I know how to skip that minigame is to play Rebirth, and, well, that's not really worth doing.
So this is one of the first instances where the second option is actually important for progressing the story, as Dash mentioned before. Because option 1 will allow Cloud to be able to continue exploring. Option 2 there is to sleep at this inn and that's extremely important because we're getting this cutscene right now. If you don't sleep here, you can't get this cutscene.
I guess Zergu does make a good point. Priscilla is able to give us Shiva now that she hasn't been killed. And that is required for 100%.
+2. So with the dolphin minigame here, you see that MD moved to a particular spot. There are a couple of ways you can approach this because the dolphin's just going to be used to launch Cloud up to that beam. If you move to a particular spot on the left there's actually like a little bit of wiggle room in where you can go where the dolphin will just launch Cloud up on the first try. Otherwise, if you just press circle twice, that dolphin will also launch you up, but obviously that's slower. So. Yeah, we don't talk about Queen's Blood here. This is not a Rebirth stream. I just realized that this captain here just watches you change after, like, telling you to change. You know, getting uniform to get ready for the parade, but, you know, he just stands guard watching you. Once again, we're preparing ourselves for a parade minigame. Our aim here is that we want to get a certain viewer rating as this is televised, and that's going to give us a lot of money that we're going to use for a shop that we're going to do in just a moment. And the magic number we're looking for is 50. For above 50, we will get the 5,000 gil. But it's not the end of the world if you don't get it, it's just more annoying. If you get anywhere between 40 and 50, you get awarded with 6 ethers, and that will sell for 4,500 gil. So we would just be 500 gil short, we would miss out on one tent.
Yeah, and you usually get the 500 gil, the 5,000 gil anyway. Being lower than 41%, however, would not be good, as that the prizes you get there are worth essentially nothing.
Yeah, it's essentially a run death if you're below 40. Or 40 and below. Now, to kind of keep everyone informed with what we mean with the shop that we're coming up on, There's a shop that we're going to have access to before we leave Junon. This is actually a really good rating that we have on the TV for start.
Yeah, plus 30 is like 30 or above is guaranteed win basically.
Yeah. This shop that we're going to be doing, we're going to buy a Phoenix Down, Antidote, Eye Drop, Echo Screen, some Hypers, Tranks, and Tents. The Antidote, Eye Drop, and Echo Screen are mostly just for hundo purposes. This is an easy shop to come by just to pick those up. We're not really going to use them. You could use the Echo Screen, arguably, but for the most part, the shop is to get those as your hundo requirement. Phoenix Down is our backup for in case anyone dies. We will have 2 after the shop. And we're going to pick up Hypers and Tranks for the purpose of the limit grind and for run safety. And then Tents also are going to be for MP recovery.
Yeah,
Hypers... Oh, sorry, go ahead, Ace.
Yeah, I was going to say that... Actually, no, you can describe it.
Oh, okay. So Hypers and Tranks work by putting your character in, or curing them from an effect. So there's Fury and there's Sadness. Hypers can be used to cure Sadness or to put your character in Fury, and that will increase limit gains on your, limit gauge gains by 30%, but also it will increase your mischance by 30% as well.
Yeah,
While Tranquilizer.
Yeah, specifically Fury. The Fury status effect will, I think, double your limit gain, but decrease your accuracy by 30%.
Sorry, yeah, it doubles your limit gain, but 30% is the magic number I think of. I apologize about that. But yeah, increases your limit gain generation, and it increases your mischance. Whereas Tranquilizers will reduce your limit gain, but it will decrease your damage taken by 30%. And that's really important when you're fighting some of the later bosses, as we're going to be under-leveled going into them. Under-leveled from where you should be in a casual playthrough. And so that just allows us to survive hits a lot better. Hypers will be used when we want to farm any limits that we're going to get. And most notably, what's coming up for that is going to be for Aerith's limit grind. And then Tents are just, in general, a good use of getting HP and MP recovery at opportune points in the route. So here's that shop that we were talking about. We're going to enter it in just a moment. How is pace compared to world record right now? Indeterminate. We're not running against splits.
I'm about 2 minutes behind.
Okay.
So we're entering this house right here because there's an E-skill that we can obtain. This is normally the intermediate hall, where you can get some tips on how game mechanics work, but also you'll have to suffer a lot of dialogue for that. But in the corner of that basement, there is an enemy skill that we pick up. This one is called enemy skill number 2. We picked up 1 right after the sample fight on Hojo, and right now we have all of the enemy skills that we can obtain at this point in the game. And it's going to be extremely useful because some of the enemy skills are the most powerful abilities we'll be able to get at this point in the game.
Yeah, another big portion of 100% is enemy skill management, which we'll talk about later. But for now, we have the send-off game. We have a in which we have to perform a send-off, and the pattern that you get here is random. However, I've determined that this pattern is just about in the 50% point of all patterns you could possibly get. So MD got... Okay, technically MD got bad luck here on this pattern, as in this is going to take a long time to complete compared to other patterns he could get. But if he had taken stairs, that is, because he's taken stairs. Basically, I'm trying to...
I'm just glad I got it, because this is way
that's
harder on
actually
PC.
good.
Oh yeah.
On PC, you have a lot less leniency on inputting the commands for this. Like the time window that you have. I don't know if it's moved up earlier or if it's just shorter in general, but you have way less time to input the command when he says it in order to get the points compared to PSX.
I guess another thing is that the prompts are replaced with words, and while they don't give you buttons to press, and so you have to know what buttons to press. However, it's also worth noting that the text boxes themselves are placed in locations that correspond to the circle, cross, triangle, and square buttons locations on the PlayStation controller. So switch is placed to the left, OK is placed to the right, cancel is placed down, and menu is placed up in relation to the others.
Can this run at 60 FPS? It could, but it wouldn't be speedrun legal. And I don't know how you would make it run that fast.
Yeah, I would not recommend trying to do so unless you're referring to the 60 FPS mod, in which case that is a mod that is not allowed. So we're on the boat now. We have to go talk to some people on the boat. Not really much to do here then. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Zergu, the location matches kind of how a PS controller would look like. So where the location of the text box is going to tell you which button it is. I didn't know that until I watched MD explain it when I transitioned the console.
So here we're actually picking up the second of our two main all materia. One of the things we're going to be doing, one big part of 100% is actually another big part of 100%. I keep saying that there's a lot of big parts of 100%, but this is just another important thing that we have to constantly be thinking about, is materia AP. We are going to be leveling up some materia, mostly, or either because we want to use them leveled up, we want them to be stronger, or we want to sell them for a lot of gil. As it turns out that selling mastered materia gets you a lot of gil in certain instances. For example, all will sell for a hefty 1.4 million gil, and our goal is going to be to master 2 all materia throughout the run, and so that we can eventually essentially have way more gil than we know what to do with.
For progression of the story here, we want to talk with all of our party members that are disguised as crew members. And once you've talked to everybody, Eris will mention that she hopes that Barrett isn't doing anything stupid, and that's what allows us to progress to this part. Because otherwise there's a Shinra soldier that's just guarding that particular screen and won't let you through. So having her say that text box progresses the story to allow you to find Barrett.
Yeah, so Tifa and Aerith are going to be here. We want Aerith because, actually, I should say that, I guess Aerith can use Healing Wind in this fight, and we also want her for after this fight. We're putting steel on already, okay.
Yeah, it's preference. There's different ways you could approach this particular section. I know in any percent they will put Shiva on so that Cloud's health is in the appropriate range at all times for the laser beam to always give you a limit.
Yeah, so this right here is going to be a movement setup to make sure that this next fight is a preemptive encounter.
So like how Ace mentioned earlier, preemptive encounters are based on a step ID. So where you are on the step table will dictate whether or not an encounter could be preemptive or not. And if the encounter is able to be preemptive, then as long as you initiate the fight on that step ID, it will be preemptive. And this Genova fight that we're about to do is one such fight where that's the case. So
Yeah,
by doing
absolutely.
that particular... Yeah. So now Genova's facing backwards, and we get an opportunity to attack her with everybody first.
Now, while Genova visually turned around, it will still receive back attack braver damage from this hit right here and do 600 damage, as opposed to around 300 damage. Now, before this fight, we put Sadness on Tifa and Fury on Cloud and Aerith. Fury normally decreases your accuracy by about 30%. However, grenades and limit breaks can never miss, and so they are unaffected by this accuracy drop. And so it doesn't really matter that we have a drop in accuracy. We are doing this in order for Genova's powerful laser attacks to give them both limit breaks should they be hit. And we want to use Braver and Healing Wind both in order to... mostly, Braver is used because this is one of the best fights in order to be able to use a ton of Bravers on, and as well as Healing Winds because we want to... we need to use enough of those limit breaks by the end of the run. But Bravers are also a nice source of damage on this fight since they do significantly more damage than a grenade at this point with the Force Stealer sword that we just got.
A little bit unlucky. She's not hitting Cloud as often as we would like, but nonetheless, that should be okay. We've accounted for it with extra grenades so that we could still take the boss down even if she is continuing to behave this way.
This is Braver number 6. We're doing fine on Bravers.
Yeah, we are doing fine. I agree. This is Braver 6.
So there are two opportunities where Genova will cast Stop in this fight. The first one happens when she reaches about 75% of her health, and then the other one at 25%. So she's nearly dead right here. Stop has an opportunity to miss, and whenever she casts Stop, she also skips a turn. So if Stop does miss, it's extremely good luck, and you get to really abuse how much damage you can put in.
Yeah, Stop landed on Tifa and hit both times, which isn't great, but isn't horrible, I think.
So right there, we picked the second option for that dialogue, because if you pick the first option, Cloud spends a lot of time kind of rehashing what the story is so far, because Tifa's confused. But if you pick the second option, the ship Foghorn goes off and avoids all of that, so then you don't have to tell Tifa, who forgot everything that happened in the last 2.5 hours.
So yeah, coming up soon, we're going to be taking a quick visit to the villa, which we will buy later in the run because that is another 100% requirement. But in the basement, there's some stuff that's very useful right now. A fire ring, which will be nice to have later. A power source, which is good to put on Tifa to increase her damage output. And the motor drive, which is a nice double AP growth weapon that we can put on Tifa, which will be useful later. In addition to another shop that we're going to go to buy our Molotovs and the four slots weapon, the 4 slots armor. 4 slots is, I guess, the last of the items that we need to account for having missed as a result of not having gone to the coupon game on the 63rd floor of the Shinra Tower. And it's also nice to have it now because we are going to want to put it on Aerith in order to give her a ton of materia. Warrior Bangle is going to be obtained in about 6 hours, monster. Oh yeah, watch the red dude on the helipad, or the helipad at the back.
I just noticed Hellpad. Yeah, you're right.
There he goes.
It's really nice with the Force slots, like Ace was mentioning, because we do get immediate use out of it, just like the Force Stealer. There are not a lot of items that we get in the run that get immediate use, or any use at all. So it's really nice that that an armor that you would get in casual just kind of willy-nilly gets a lot of use here. It gets significant mileage. We're going to put it on Eris and stack her up with... that is a meme from... Oh, okay, I got it. We're going to stack it on Eris so that we can load her up with magic and summon materia. Because we're coming up on the point where we're going to start needing kills on her in order for her to learn some of her limit levels. Now, limit levels in FF7 are very interesting because I don't think a lot of casual people understand it, but you learn limit levels by the number of kills that the character gets by the end of the fight. And you learn their limit breaks within the level by using the limit level 1, or like the first limit of that level a certain number of times. So for instance, we've been using Bravers and we've been using Healing Winds. By using them a certain number of times, we're able to learn their next limit break of that level. But we don't know like their limit level 2 or their limit level 3, and that's what the kills are going to be for. So that's why we're stacking up Eris with magic and summons. Cloud is getting E-skills on this menu so that he can learn some of the enemy skills that we're going to be encountering pretty soon.
We're also doing some menu sorting in order to make sure that the menu is consistent and good for later. Essentially, we want tranquilizers, hypers, and tents to be in a good location to be able to use quickly, and I believe MD places them so that they are one R1 press from the default menu position at the top. Bit of an unfortunate first battle that we get here.
Yeah, this is a pretty quick battle.
Yeah. This is the 6th, I believe, world map encounter that we have gotten so far in the run. We are trying to make sure that we get to... we don't want to get too many of them, and while this number is probably a little bit higher than usual, it should still be fine. There's 7. Another egg.
Yeah, eggs are only encountered... They're the only enemy you can encounter in this area on the grass.
Yeah.
And that's actually really important for a strat later.
Yeah, it is.
So in this section, this is one of the places where we can obtain a bolt plume, which is an item for 100% that we want to have in our inventory. It is a chance drop that you can get from these bird enemies, these little bird enemies that we'll see right here. If we don't get it, it's just a little more inconvenient later. But if we do get it, then Pog, that's awesome.
Yeah, it is a 14% drop from each of them, I believe. Exactly 9 and 64. And we got it. Wow, that was lucky.
Yep. So now we can cross that off of our awesome list.
That is Bolt Plume. Okay. MD has just moved Bolt Plume down to the very bottom of his inventory, so it doesn't offset the positions of any other items. It's very important that we get Bolt Plume now. Not very important, but we'd very much prefer getting Bolt Plume than rejecting it, so just moving it down to somewhere out of the way in the inventory to make sure that it doesn't affect anything is how MD deals with the potential variability of his item menu.
Yeah, getting random drops really hurts us in the run in terms of item management, and so this is one way that we combat it by moving items that we do want to get as good luck to very deep in the menu so it doesn't harm our item management, because the menus are being routed as if you don't get it, so this is an easy fix for if you do get it and you're lucky.
So here we're doing a bit of formation, a bit of a section of formation control. By getting that last encounter on that last screen instead of the next one, we ensure that the next fight we're going to get has a bunch of good enemies. Now, falling here is intentional. MD is doing a strategy in order to make one of the sections of the run slower but a lot safer, because I guess PC is different, and as a result of PC being different, it's a lot harder to mash, I think, for a section that requires good and consistent mashing. Or maybe it's because I'm not sure if MD's using a different controller for this. Probably not, though.
It could be how mashing works on PC versus how MD mashes that we would want the easier mashing fight, and so this is giving us some extra buffer with money in order to do the easier fight more.
Yeah,
so this is what we were talking.
Sorry.
This is what MD was mentioning with earlier on when he was saying that there's a 90-second time loss coming up. He mentioned this pretty early on the run, so I don't think it was very caught on. Here's one of the encounters that Ace was saying that is a favorable formation. There are a few fights in this game where there are 5 enemy encounters, and this place is very has a surplus of them. It's actually one area that one of the other categories uses for a limit grind themselves. Also, with the route, you also noticed that the last 2 fights that we killed were preempted, and that's also intentional.
Yeah, that was something that I implemented after Calm Skip, actually. Unfortunately, with the next fight we're going to kill is not preemptive, and the enemies are going to attack us. That is something that I don't really like in the route, but it's sort of necessary, I think. It also gets us, I think, enough money here in order to be able to afford everything we need with the money route we have right now.
It is a particularly dangerous fight, and that's why you saw MD switch to wait. These enemies hit really hard, and there is a chance that they can all target one person and kill them. Particularly with this move they have called 4 lasers. Oh, I actually forgot. Magic defense in this is actually helpful.
Oh yeah, actually, it does. On PSX, 4 laser can do over 100 damage.
And Chocomog, so is the reason why we've been loading Eris with all the summon materia and magic. With how Eris's stats are when we enter this section of the game, Chocomog will not do enough damage if we just had it on its own. But with all the magic that we've put on her, which I think is like 5 materia, it does give her just enough to be able to kill these weaker enemies because they only have roughly 200 HP. And I do think she does gain a level, so it makes it a little easier if you did get bad stats, but I don't think bad stats would ever play a part in being able to not kill these guys.
So we're going to make a couple of attempts, or just one attempt, I guess, to steal a right arm from this enemy. Unfortunately, we didn't get it, but it's not a huge deal at all. It would just save a little bit. It would just save some time on the next boss fight, and also make it safer. But it's not a huge deal that we did not get that.
And for anyone who's asking, it's not the only place that you could get a right arm for 100% reasons. the intention of this right arm is just like with the any percent category, that we would just use it to kill a boss fight that's coming up in one attack. And like Ace is saying, it saves somewhere between 25 and 30 seconds, depending on what the boss does. Ultimately, there is another place that we could get a right arm, but also we do come back for this fight to do some stuff, and it's another opportunity for us to steal it when we're higher level.
Yeah, because another thing that's worth pointing out is that we have quite a few items that we want to steal throughout this run, and the only thing that affects steal chance, other than having the sneak glove, which is much later, is the level that is like your level and the steal chance of the item. So like the only thing that really matters is I think your level compared to the enemy's level that you're trying to steal it from, and the chance to steal of the item, which is just a fixed constant per item that you're trying to steal. And so basically being a higher level, which we will be later in the run, makes stealing easier. And so we're going, for items that we can wait to steal on, we're going to wait until we're a higher level usually in order to be able to steal them. So while Barrett recounts his harrowing past, I guess we should explain what the Gold Saucer is going to be like in this run. The Gold Saucer has a lot more to it in this category, just because there are a lot of requirements and items that we need to collect from it. Notably, we need to get the Umbrella, which is won from the Speed Square game by getting at least 5,000 points on the game before Aerith leaves the party, I guess. And so we're going to do that.
Ahead.
Yeah, we're going to do that in this trip to the Gold Saucer, because the Umbrella will also be a useful weapon for an upcoming segment. In order to do that, we need to get 10 GP. Normally, on the PlayStation version of this game, MonetaryDragon and most other runners would use the Wrestler and fight against the normal, I guess the hard version of the Wrestler fight, in order to, like, they would do arm wrestling against the hard version of the Wrestler fight in order to get their 10 GP by doing that 5 times and getting 2 GP each time. However, for reasons that I'm not entirely sure of, but which I'm not sure if MonetaryDragon will want to explain or not, I think he finds it a lot harder to get the Wrestler fight consistently on PC, because it does require pretty good mashing in order to be able to do so. And so he's doing the easier Sumo Wrestler fight 10 times instead, and he fell down, got a star pendant, and sold that star pendant for an extra 2,000 gil in order to afford the extra attempts on the Sumo Wrestler to get all the GP he needs. And the fact that he has to do 5 more fights is the reason why he's losing 90 seconds, in addition to having to grab the star pendant.
Now, there are several ways that we could get the 10 GP, and if we're ranking them from easiest to hardest ways to obtain them, you have the Mog House, which can give you 30 GP, but it's an extremely long minigame, but it's very easy. There is the Wrestlers, which just requires mashing. So if you do the Sumo Wrestler, it gives you 1 GP per play. If you do the regular Wrestler, it's 2 GP per play. If you do, there's a Super Dunk game, which is basketball. And that, I've seen some runners do. It's a different type of skill set to be able to do it, but I think it's a little bit faster than doing the the wrestler. And then there's one that's kind of in the works right now for a future route that another runner has come up with setups for. And that's the Wonder Catcher, which is a claw game. But essentially the way it works is based on what field RNG is when you start the game, it'll give you a random reward. And one of the random rewards is 100 GP. So if you can execute the setup correctly, you'll be able to get the GP that you need for this and have some GP left over.
You definitely do need a setup for it, like an RNG manipulation setup for it though, because normally the chance of getting the 100 GP reward is 1 in 256. There is only one RNG value that actually gets you it. So here's the sumo wrestler, which MD is going to be fighting, MD is going to be wrestling against 10 times. Alright, now that that's finished, we're going to be heading over to the Speed Square game and dodging Dio in front of it.
Particularly, we were quiet there because counting while you're speedrunning is an extremely difficult situation to be in. And
I appreciate
one that
it.
at the very least requires focus. So the strategy that's going to be used for Speed Square here normally, MonetaryDragon is good enough at Speed Square to be able to consistently get 5,000 points on it. However, on the PC version, mainly because the PC version has really awkward controls, we're going to be using a different strategy that only works on this version, where you can simply move the cursor to the bottom right corner of the screen, and before the game starts, you press and hold the shoot button so that you are continuously firing the laser until it is at 0 power, and then just keep the laser there for the entire time. Now, later on, there's going to be a couple of debug propellers, is what we refer to them as, and these are only in the PC and also JP original versions of the game, I'm pretty sure. And these will give a lot of points when fired upon. However, they are relatively small targets, and so it could arguably require skill in order to be able to hit them. Now, there's also a thing with them that I'm pretty sure that they only actually get hit if you hit them on, if you press the fire button to start shooting them on, either an even frame or an odd frame or something. And I'm not entirely sure what it is, but I do know that if you do this setup, you will consistently get 5,120 points by the time you hit the propeller. and that is enough, and so it is fine. And how fast you get the points doesn't affect how quickly you're able to proceed through this minigame, as it's just an auto-scroller regardless. And this setup is very trivial to do so. To win, it's like you pretty much could not possibly come up with an easier setup than this. At least one that requires less effort, because I mean, you do have to press and hold down the shoot button and not let go of it, which is the important thing. And that, with some setups, could actually be something that is somewhat difficult to do. Like I would legitimately believe that doing that could be somewhat difficult. But it's not as hard as trying to get 5,000 points normally.
To answer one of the earlier questions, someone asking about the PC mashing, I suspect that the reason that the mashing is weird is because of the FPS not being consistently 30 FPS on the fields, and it also drops. At least in the current way that PC runs are being done, FPS drops based on how many inputs you have going on as well. So, the wrestler requires some pretty good matching in order to be able to win it. And if you are missing inputs just because the game's not reading them from the way that the FPS is dropping, then that could be a problem, and that might be why it's happening. At least that's what I suspect.
Yeah, I don't really know why PC mashing, like, I know PC's weird, I know PC inputs are weird, I know FPS drops. I still don't really know why that could result in mashing being weird, but I would not be surprised if it is. That's all I can say. The PC version of this game does a lot of weird things.
Because, yeah, also, it's not really clear how the PC pulls your controller to for the inputs at, like, what timing as well, so the asynchronous behavior could play a part to that. It is a well-known science how it works on PSX, but... And now we have the 5,000, so we are guaranteed an umbrella. And like Ace mentioned, the umbrella is something we can only get while we're in Disc 1, so this is a good opportunity for it, since like we're about to use it for her upcoming limit grind.
Are you a bit behind on the video, or did you just now mention that?
I just now mentioned it.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, I was looking at the other one, but yeah, I just now mentioned it.
Okay, never mind then. So, Kate Sith joined the party, and the main important thing about that is that Kate Sith, by default, comes equipped with a Manipulate materia and a Transform materia. The Manipulate materia is useful to get enemies to use things like enemy skills on our characters, and Transform is useful mostly because it comes with 7,000 AP already on it, and it only requires 35,000 AP total to master. So we only need 24,000 AP to have a mastered materia that will sell for a lot of money later. This won't sell for quite as much as the all materia will sell for, but we can get it mastered much earlier for an intense money segment that's going to happen later on in the run. Welcome to the Gateway to Heave. A little bit of the N pokes out behind the robot on the PC version, so it doesn't quite work out, but it doesn't quite look like Gateway to Heave anymore, but whatever.
And as Ace mentioned, those materia are about the extent of the usefulness of Kate Sith. We're going to be transferring that over to Tifa. And I think with MD's current menu setup, the transfer is actually really nice and convenient, as the materia just drops into the top slots. Oh yeah, and we're also stripping the silver armlet off of Kate, because that's going to be useful to have an additional one. We're going to win one off of the boss fight we're coming up on, Dyne, but having that second one's very nice to have on a second character.
A nice part of the step route here is that we don't get into any bandit fights. Normally this area is quite heavily infested with bandits, and you're quite likely to get a fight against them that can steal things that would count for 100%. But we don't get any fights against them, and so the only time in the run where there really is any worry about having things stolen from you is the traversal from Midgar to the Chocobo Ranch. And with a world map manipulation, that can even be avoided.
Yep. Yeah, like Ace mentioned, the bandit infestation's so bad that even with potential routes I could get here, it's very likely that you're going to fight a bandit. Most routes that I've seen always have a bandit fight here.
Yeah,
One of
the
the
older
first-
route.
Historically, when I was making beginner route, one of the first like really high priority things was having a bandit free. No, actually, I don't think it was bandit free, but I had a fight with 1 or 2 bandits in it that I routed in the resources to kill them before I ran away.
Yeah, I remember that.
I think the route I'm making, it's a 1 bandit fight, but they can die to a Molotov, right?
A Molotov and a grenade, I think, is necessary to guarantee killing them, but they can die to a single Molotov. If I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah, I think a max damage roll Molotov works. Otherwise, they'll have like 5 hit points left. And so any damage, like a normal attack, is fine. But the normal attack can miss, though.
So right now we're learning more about why we're fighting this guy that's coming up. We're going to do a quick menu here to make sure that we trank Barrett, as Barrett is unstatused and he's going to have a solo fight against Dine. And if you're not tranquilized, then you are going to have a really bad time. Upcoming is one of our 100% fights that we need to have.
Yeah, this fight was the main purpose of having the step route. I guess the main purpose of the formation route that we had for up to here. This fight is quite rare, especially in this part of the encounter table, but it is a fight against 2 Death Claws and a Bull Motor, which can give us the enemy skills Laser and Matra Magic, respectively. And so now we're going to come into enemy skill management. Oh, nice, it used Matra Magic first turn. So right now we have both of our enemy skill materia on Cloud. Managing where our enemy skill materia are so that we can make sure that we learn enemy skills on all of our characters and all of our enemy skill materia is going to be important in the run. And a couple of rules that you're going to need to know in order to understand how it works is that if an enemy skill is learned on any enemy skill materia on a character, then being hit by that enemy skill will never teach it to any other enemy skill. So if you have 2 enemy skill materia on the same character, but only one of them has a certain enemy skill on it, then being hit by that move will not teach it to the one that doesn't have that enemy skill. As such, we want to keep our enemy skills separate based on what skills they have learned on them. And so there we've learned both Laser and Matra Magic throughout this fight, and so both enemy skills that we have right now have those moves learned on them. Those 2 are going to be quite useful. We're going to be using Matra Magic in a segment immediately after this one right here, and Laser is going to be useful for several fights, such as boss fights, throughout the next several hours of the run.
Important to note that we also just learned cross slash. So We have cross slash at an adequate point in the run, as we are going to use it about an hour and 15 minutes from now.
I am not
Yeah.
manipulating Harpy or Beach Plugs. I have 5 tries to get both of those enemies.
Yeah, that should be
Okay.
completely reasonable.
So based off of what MD is saying, Harpy is an encounter that we're going to fight on the world map in the desert with the buggy, and it's a 50-50 chance to get that fight or a different encounter that doesn't have a Harpy. And whether we get the other fight, the game will try and not have us get a repeat of that same fight. So it will be very unlikely to get consecutive non-Harpy encounters.
Yeah.
Similarly,
So
oh,
yeah,
sorry, go ahead.
I was going to continue with that, but beach plugs are found on the beach, and there is a 75% chance to get a fight with at least one beach plug. So the odds are very much in our favor to finish this within at least 5 fights. Or I guess at most 5 fights.
And the importance of these fights are that we're going to learn Aqua Lung as an enemy skill off of the Harpy. That's very important for damage purposes through the run. And we're going to learn Big Guard from the Beach Plugs, which provides us with barrier capabilities and hasting. And the hasting is extremely important for when we're setting up Tifa for some of the later boss fights. The barriers are nice for the sake of protecting us, but they're not critical.
Yeah. Dying is a... Dying is taken down to 4 Molotovs. Unfortunately, the fight... I think this fight was not very lucky at all. I think he got a first turn attack and a counterattack, but he has survived, and so it's fine. This fight is a lot more likely to survive compared to in no slots, where it already is quite rare to die to it, because we're a higher level and have enough health to take an additional attack from Dying.
In general, in the no slots category, which is the faster one, there's risks of critting from him as well, and one crit could put you in a potentially dangerous situation. But like Ace said, we have extra health, extra defenses from our stats because of the levels that we're able to survive a lot easier from dying.
Yeah, I think mainly that level comes from Airbuster.
Yeah, I think you're right. It is important to note, I did notice this, Ace, but if Barrett dies on Bottomswell, then the fight does become like any percent.
Yeah, that makes sense. Because I think Barrett's stats on Bottomswell are the same stats he would have here on Dying in no slots.
Mm-hmm.
And so they just are the same because he doesn't gain any levels. Well, I guess he goes through the Genova Birth fight out of party, but whatever.
And the Corel fights.
Yeah, okay.
But I think overall, he just approaches this roughly at no slot stats.
Okay. Still not all that risky, though.
Yeah. We have a tutorial Chocobo fight coming up, and then Chocobo Racer, and then we have access to the world map again, and that's when real gameplay is going to get back into it. This Chocobo tutorial is quite easy to lose if you don't know what you're doing, but if you hold the I think it's R1 and R2 while you're racing, your Chocobo will recover stamina, and that is very important for this because you need to make sure that your Chocobo is max speed, which will lose its stamina, so the recovery kind of counteracts that, so you could go at max speed. And then also it helps you to be able to dash at opportune times.
So ideally, this is going to be our first Chocobo race of the run. Ideally, this is not guaranteed, but ideally, we will have exactly 20 Chocobo races throughout the entire run.
And this materia here that we're picking up is missable. In my first playthrough, I actually did miss this because it camouflaged kind of with the ground. I didn't see it glimmer when I was just reading the chat. Now we don't necessarily use this materia. I think it's Rama or Ramu, however you pronounce it, based on whatever game you started with. We don't necessarily use it in this run, but we do need to have it for 100%.
Yeah, the Ifrit summon was also missable from the boat, however we did pick it up.
Got a
we got a
Limbo
race.
race.
Oh, nice. Okay, so to explain, this race is going much faster than usual because I don't know exactly why the FPS is the same as normal for the race. However, it's just running at about 2 times speed. This is something that we don't understand, but just happens with the PC version from time to time.
Ace, I actually think the FPS is a lot lower than it should be.
Yeah, I think it's actually kind of struggling to keep up. I think this might be lower because it's actually struggling to keep up with the race. Like, with the fact that it's running twice
We
as
slowed
fast
down
as
when I
normal.
crossed the finish. But we
Yeah,
still
that
got a
does
huge
happen.
benefit from it.
Yeah, so that was a pretty big time save that we should not necessarily have gotten. Which relationship we choose for the run, that means which date are we going to get for which date we're going to get. In all speedruns, for the most part, maybe except some that, like, maybe except a couple, you go with Aerith. She's default, and it's not worth getting a different one. It doesn't save enough time. The ability to, like, Barrett's date is, of course, a lot faster, but like, the time it would take to get Barrett's date is not worth spending. So here we're going to be getting an encounter in the sand, hoping for a harpy, as opposed to a 4 flat beats encounter, which this one is, unfortunately. So that's encounter number 8, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
The harpy has an enemy skill called Aqua Lung, which is very powerful. Actually, he's going for TS Bomb Steals.
Oh, that's awesome.
Didn't get it, though.
Yeah.
Now it's a 75% chance to get this for this to be a harpy, so hopefully it is. Nice. After a couple of turns, the harpy will use Aqua Lung on the party. A first turn Poison Storm means it will use it after 2 more turns, which is a little bit unlucky, but whatever. It's another big shot. And yeah, Aqua Lung is very powerful, so it's important that we had our party tranquilized in order to survive it. But because Aqua Lung is very powerful, we can then throw it back on the enemy and then win the fight.
It's also very important to note that while we were going to have a section where we use Aerith for her grinding, Aerith will not survive Aqua Lung there, and that's why we don't switch her in immediately. We are also putting an enemy skill on her because now that we have enemy skills that have learned abilities on them, it is very useful to spread them out to different party members so that they can learn it. We will usually consolidate enemy skills onto one person for learning purposes, and for the rest of the run, use them on multiple party members so that everyone has access to be able to use it in case one person gets a turn really quickly, or someone gets put to sleep or something of that nature.
Or so multiple characters can use different enemy skills on the same turn, for example.
Yes, there's that as well.
So I'm
Now,
going to
big-
force a world map fight.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm gonna do Fort Condor and then world map, and then do the grind all as one fetch.
Okay. Now, Big Guard is one of those enemy skills that targets multiple people, so it was acceptable for us to be able to spread out the E skills there. There was no risk of us missing learning the E skill because of having it on different people.
Though
But we did.
interestingly, there is only no risk if Cloud and Aerith are in the first and third slots of the party, because then they're placed on the same side of the field if it were to be a side attack. Otherwise, the Big Guard would only hit one side, and if Cloud and Aerith were on different sides, then it wouldn't hit both of them.
Yeah, there is that potential risk. And then last, we have them spread out so that Eris can get kills on the beach plugs with Aqualung. So that's why we wanted to spread it out. We still want stuff on Cloud. I'm trying to think why now. Why would we want the E skill on Cloud for this section? I think it doesn't matter, but...
Cloud's going to be doing
We
lasers
want-
soon.
Oh,
Yeah.
right, for Fort Condor.
And Aqualung, actually.
Yeah.
Definitely gotta be careful to select outside Junon on the air taxi there.
Yeah, it's way slower if you hit the first option there because it just takes you to the other side of Junon. And apparently I found out walking out through the elevator and such is way slower than just going back to the helicopter if you fucked up.
I should also mention what was being done in the buggy there. We were getting no encounters on the world map because MonetaryDragon was continuously exiting and re-entering the buggy. Each time you do so, you get about 1.5 seconds of grace before the game does a check for whether you should get into an encounter or not. And we just reset that grace period over and over again by continuously getting out and getting back in the buggy. I'm not sure if MD executes it this way, but you can do that by holding the cancel button and pressing confirm every time you want to get out. Or is it the other way around? No, holding confirm, pressing cancel.
Yeah, holding confirm, pressing cancel. Because as long as you're holding confirm, you'll enter any vehicle as long as you run into it. Or if you're just next to it in general.
Yeah.
And yeah, it resets you to a negative step fraction so that you can never get an encounter while you're on that. At least for a few steps.
So this is Fort Condor. The only reason that we are here is to fight the Commander Grandhorn that we get if the enemy is able to win this battle. Right now we have a certain number of gil. I don't know exactly how many, but a specific amount such that if we place and destroy a bunch of catapults, 8 in total I believe, we will run out of money. We need at least 4,000 gil in order to be allowed to start. However, we have the least amount of gil that we can have while still having at least 4,000. A certain range of gil such that we don't have enough to buy any additional soldiers or defense mechanisms or towers. And as such, the game defaults to instantly giving us the Commander Grandhorn fight. We have been managing our gil for the entire run to make sure that this is the case, to make sure that we have that here.
Now, in the future, if PC wanted to do this for its SEM category, there is another opportunity that you could get for the item off of this guy from another enemy, as it's a steal. And if they wanted to manipulate it through system clock manipulation, they could get this Vadrus Claw that way and save themselves a lot of explanation here.
Yeah, I think we'll discuss the Vadrus Claw later. Okay, here we have a weird PC thing where the game seems to kind of jump you back onto the viewing platform more times than you would want. I don't really understand why that happens, but
Definitely
I'm pretty sure
more
that's a
times
PC.
than is reasonable.
Yeah.
God really likes jumping. So now, the next part of the run is we're actually going to pick up the Mithril. So, Ace has
So-
made it so that all routed and random encounters on field screens are up until Dine are controlled, and using that we only need to count 12 encounters from when we leave Midgar that would occur on the world map, as well as any extra encounters that we might get, such as if we got caught by the floor 60 guards, getting the Chocobo. Fort Condor is also included in that.
Yeah, so after this fight that we just got here, we will have we will have entered the battle module exactly 55 times after the start of the run. As a result, this guy will give us the myth roll, because the number of times we have started a battle ends in 0, 0, 1, 1, 3, 3, 5, 5, 7, 7, or 9, 9. And we have routed it so that we get it after 55 battles. In
The next
total,
opportunity would be if we had 77 encounters. As Ace was saying, repeated odd numbers are going to give us the myth roll.
Yep. Yeah, this first one's the bottom. So now we are beginning the Mithril Mines grind. This is the segment where we need to get a total of 140 kills on Aerith so that she gets the 160 necessary kills in total required to unlock all of her limit break levels. Required to get all the way to limit break level 3. Yeah, she needs 160 total kills in order to get level 3, and we route 140 of those kills to be in this grind right here.
And the routes that are done for this section were very well considered, because it maximizes the number of 5 enemy formations that we can get by going back and forth between this room, which we call the lower room, and this room that MD is just entering, called the upper room. In the lower room, there's only one formation of 5 enemies, which you just saw, and it has 2 of these enemies swinging balls called Medouge, and 3 crawlers, which are these snake things. In this room, there's only one formation as well, which is the 5 crawler fight. But the remainder of enemies in this room have 4 enemy formations, whereas the down room has 2 and 3 enemy formations, and that's really bad. So there's a combination of how we're approaching the upper and the lower room to maximize the number of encounters that we're getting.
Yeah, refresh. So, yeah, I routed this segment such that we maximize the number of times such that we maximize essentially the number of enemies on average that we get per fight. And so, if it would be the case that the bottom room gives us a 5 enemy formation, then we almost always go to the bottom room. I'm pretty sure we actually do always go to the bottom room if that were to be the case in this particular route. So this route has a lot of times where we go to the bottom room, and it just so happened to be the case that, like, by doing so in this route, I also needed to minimize formation increase in total, like the actual formation value. I sort of needed to minimize how much it increased by, which I needed to do because of how formations are set up for the rest of the run later on. Yeah, right now we are doing the Healing Wind use grind to unlock Seal Evil, which is Aerith's 1-2 limit. And also attempting to steal an Ether from this Arc Dragon. Yeah.
Yeah, the ethers are very useful because we're going to need 6 ethers. We sell 4 of them when we go to Gungaga, and 2 of them are going to remain as backup ethers for the rest of the run. We could buy more later if we need it, but these 2 will last us at least until that point. And then further, this enemy is also going to teach us the flamethrower enemy skill on the 2 that we've learned. So his script works when he's not manipulated, where he will cast flamethrower on the party member with the most health, most current health, and by default that will be Cloud if he gets that opportunity before manipulation. And then otherwise it is his most damaging move, and that's what's allowing us to be able to get full limit bars on Aerith.
So we should see Seal Evil once this fight finishes, having been unlocked on Aerith. And we do.
Yep. As well, we threw a grenade there because being in Fury means that we had a chance to miss with any other opportunity for an ability. And
Yeah, speaking of that, it's very important to defury Aerith there. That's something that other runners can forget quite a lot of the time. Because Fury reduces accuracy on moves such as this Matcha Magic right here. Now, Matcha Magic is a really important enemy skill to have for this segment because it only costs, I think, 8 MP, or like 12, or a very low amount of MP compared to, say, Aqua Lung, which costs 34. And we don't have that much MP at the moment, and we don't have that many MP restoring items at the moment. And so for this particular grind, Matcha Magic is just enough to kill most of these top room enemies, except for the Arc Dragons, which also require a physical attack, but those we're stealing ethers from anyway. And we're also getting a lot of high potions from this grind as well, which are going to be useful as a healing source throughout the rest of the run. Though honestly, we kind of use Cure more now that I think about it.
we use the high potions at least on the section for her use grind.
Yeah, oh yeah, we do use high potions quite a bit, so having them is really nice.
Yeah, we will never need to buy high potions in the run just because of this section. And that's a really important thing. But we're gaining some levels while we're killing these things, and it's substantially helping us because there are going to be some points where once we're done stealing, we want to get through these fights as quick as possible. And I don't know if we're opting to use any Aqua Lung strats in this. But assuming if you did, you could end these Arc Dragon fights with an Aqua Lung rather than using 2 turns to do it. It does expend more MP, but if we did it based on a particular MP recovery route through these mines, then we do have the adequate resource to be able to do it. Right now, our MP recovery items would be a few ethers. We have 2 elixirs, 1 turbo ether, which elixirs and turbo ethers fully recover your MP, and then tents, which we could use outside if we need it. We may see a hype tent coming in.
It wouldn't be a MonetaryDragon run if you didn't have a hype tent.
We are on track for the hype tent.
That is perfect.
And so here we're seeing an Aqua Lung. The alternative we have, because Aerith's level is too low right now to be able to guarantee that we kill those Madouge, would be Chocomog, but Chocomog is a long animation, and therefore it wastes time to use it. Now, Chocomog only loses, I think, like 5 to 7 seconds more than using Aqua Lung, but it is way less MP to use. So that's kind of the trade-off.
Yeah, so for a while we had used Chocomog in this segment when we needed to do higher damage to the bottom room enemies for the first 3 fights against them. However, we're using Aqua Lung now just because we took the time to route in the extra, like, how the MP would work if we did so. And, like, realize that having to use 1 extra MP restoring item really isn't that big of a deal.
There is a nice little indicator for the runner when we're going through this, that once we go to the upper room where we have 8 routed encounters, that is the point that the runner is aware that Matcha Magic should be able to kill the bottom room, guaranteed. We will have gotten the Eris levels to be able to guarantee that. So this might be our last time using Aqua Lung here, as I think the next time we go into the upper room is the 8 encounter route.
Yeah, we did 0, 1, 0, 4, 1, and now 8. And this 8 section at the top room is also kind of special because we're going to be doing some walking steps, because now is the time where we're going to hit a couple of preemptive encounter step IDs with preemptive flags on them, basically. And there's 2 of them total that we can hit. One of them that we'll hit naturally, but the other one that we want to that we would miss if we didn't intentionally take some walking in order to try and hit it. And because they're preemptives, that guarantees a first turn attack from us, which will likely save time. So this is not that walking. This walking is important, but this walking is mostly actually important for setting up the step ID that we're going to be leaving on at the end of all of this to set up for another little thing that we're going to be doing shortly afterwards.
One more thing that's important to note that you're seeing right now is that we've put the fire ring on Tifa back in Costa del Sol. Was it Costa del Sol? Now I'm confused. Yeah, it was. That was when we got it. And the reason that we did that is because for this entire section right here, Tifa will be immune to fire damage. She'll take 0 damage from any fire damage, including flamethrower. Now, as we see, Tifa is the member with the current highest HP, so she'll always be targeted by flamethrower and puts 0 risk on any of the other party members of getting hit.
So that was a walking segment where we counted about 13 or so steps, which was used to hit this preemptive encounter.
Zergu's not aware of the significance of the hype tent. What's the item we are leaving?
The item in this room is a high potion, which we don't need because we're getting them as drops all the time.
Oh, yes. Okay, that's what he meant. We don't pick it up because it has a text box associated with it, and that's time loss when we can just get high pods from these fights.
So I believe, yeah, we definitely are done all the walking until the very end now.
Yeah, there's no more walking until we leave. So, in terms of why we're doing our fighting here, a lot of people will ask questions like, why here? Why particularly this spot? Why not any other? This spot, for the most part, has a lot of fights that will yield 4 or 5 enemy encounters, and so it is the best for a routed section of guaranteeing you're going to get a good number of fights per air swing. There are other places where that could be done, such as for one of the other categories, they use Corel, but they have way fewer fights, so it's easier to route that. In the future, there is a potential for a particular manipulation that is going to be very complicated, and it will be much better than this one, but it's also going to drastically affect the entire step route. So, nice, we just learned her level 2 limit from her kills, and so we're swapping to it. And that is something that is going to happen in the eventual future. That we'll start farming from there. But like I said, it's extremely complicated, and it's possible that a lot of runs will die to trying to achieve that.
The question is going to be, will it be possible for any one run to succeed? And if it does, it's going to be a fantastic run.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it would be continuing a manipulation for like 20 encounters.
Yeah, so I guess to discuss that, we had performed a manipulation all the way back just before Calm Skip in order to control the world map encounter to get a Chocobo. That can be done anytime you are entering the world map from a field, but it can also be done when you enter the world map from another battle. And what controls the RNG seed that the world map is initialized with is the IGT that you leave on down to the second. And so the idea that we want to do is to take the forest outside Mount Nivelle that can generate 5 and 6 encountering formations against battery caps, and to world map manipulate that such that we get our 5 or 6 encounters. We get our 5 or 6 encounter formation, and then we exit that battle on a seed such that that will also give us another 5 or 6 encounter formation, and just continually repeat that until you get all your kills. That's called chain manipulation, which is where you manipulate a battle coming out of another battle, and you would have to do that about 20 times in a row in order for that to be worth doing.
And ideally for that, we would be manipulating, since battery caps are a very difficult enemy, we would be manipulating them to be in a preemptive encounter in order to guarantee we...
Yeah, which is even less likely to happen. And we also have to dodge Yuffie there because we haven't gotten Yuffie yet, and she has a 25% chance to be encountered in that forest. Anyway, I think now's a very important time in the run.
Hype tent.
Hype tent!
So you may ask, why was that hype? Well,
That
the reason
was
why
hype.
it was hype...
Do you want
the
to explain
reason why...
Do we want to explain MonetaryDragon?
We'll just leave them in their hypeness.
Up to you.
Up to you, I blink.
I'm gonna leave people in suspense.
Okay.
Well, what would be extremely embarrassing would be for you to try to explain it and get it wrong.
You caught me. That was actually the intention, was I wanted to avoid not getting it wrong.
Possibly McGurkin, however, I feel like I have played around with the idea of having some kind of tool that basically tells you when you should, close the menu. But that would, I still feel like, be difficult to implement or use.
I've tried it, and I've had success with it up to about, I want to say 8 encounters. I think it gets to a point because of, and this is on PSX, by the way. It gets to a point where the difference between the FPS between those screens is such that it starts kind of having the time deviate from a timer because of how IGT is flowing during those points of time. And I was able to do it reliably for 8, and so it is very possible, but you're probably going to have to realign your timer at least a couple of times with you trying to execute that. Because battles, as you see right now, are done at 15 FPS, or at least really close to that on PSX. Traversal on world maps and fields are at 30 FPS, or roughly close to that. And then being in the menu is at 60 FPS.
I honestly feel like that doesn't actually affect how quickly IGT increases, as in it still increases, but it still increases the IGT frame number once every approximately 1/60th of a second. Like, I'm pretty sure that happens no matter what module you're in, though I could be wrong.
It's what I'm thinking is that when you transition between those FPS moments, I don't know how the game interprets doing a frame count when that transition happens during the FPS change. And I have noticed that if I am sitting in a menu while looking at your timer that you've developed, Ace, versus just playing the game, that they flow at different times. The IGT value flows at different times depending on what is going on in the game.
Magius, neither, for the most part. We are grinding for kills.
This is all to be able to get Eris her limit levels, because those are learned based on the number of kills that she has. And the game will keep track of the number of kills that she has at the end of a battle, and the battle has to complete in a reward screen in order for it to count. So running away, even if they get kills, will not get you any progress towards your limit levels. So earlier on, I think it was maybe about 5 minutes ago now, we did learn her level 2 limit, Breath of Earth. And so right now, we're finishing up the route in this section so she can learn Planet Protector, which is her level 3. Yes, and what Zergu said.
Wait, Zergu, what?
Since she's temporary, as I've conveniently named her that before, she needs to learn all of her level 3 and all of her use limits, and learn Great Gospel before temporary is gone. You know, based on that notion, does that mean that we should learn Kate Sith's slots before events happen? He's not the same Kate Sith anymore. Okay, now as a result of us using the hype tent, party members have now had higher health than Tifa, and therefore that's why Eris just got hit with some fire.
Good night, Mirror-Kirkin.
Thank you for sticking around, guys.
So this grind segment is wrapping up. We only have a few more fights left, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I kind of lost track with where we are in the grind, but I know that MD's probably on track.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that in total there are 3 more fights left after this one. I'm pretty sure that with how our kills were in this run, we're probably going to learn Planet Protector on the last fight. But even if we didn't, then it would still be fine.
He has 2 bonus kills beyond what's normally routed.
Yeah, so that's almost certainly fine then.
That's awesome.
So now this is the ending setup. We're doing a little bit of movement here in order to ensure that we exit at the exact right portion of the step of the encounter table. Which is a little bit of setup for the next trick that we're going to be doing in this run. Well, it's not going to be for a little bit, but it's still set up for it.
Is everybody hyped for Emptive Turks?
I am.
I am too.
I
I have a funny story about that.
Yeah.
So, the strategy that you created, MD, for Emptive Turks is surprisingly going to be the strategy on the route that I made to get preemptive Turks. It was very convenient how it worked out that way.
So yeah, we are now done. If you forgot, then we can. If you forgot what this is that we're doing here, then we can use buggy skipping in order to essentially avoid world map encounters while in the buggy by just getting out and getting back in again and refreshing a grace period. And for those that didn't know, you can get back on the boat by taking the dolphin here.
This was very novel to me. Now, with this whole talk about preemptive, there exists a preemptive setup that you could use here to get Turks that we're going to fight in Gungaga to be preemptive. And they're one of the few bosses that still remain in the run that could be preemptive. However, the setup that is used to do it is somewhat slow, and it's actually more practical to actually just do a little bit of walking in order to just avoid an encounter and get into the fight immediately.
Yeah, the preemptive on the Turks just isn't really worth getting.
Yeah,
isn't
the time
really
that you use for
isn't
the
really
setup,
worth having to have to go out of your way to get, I should say.
Yeah, if it was a quick setup, it would have been fine, but given how the setup is and the nature of it, it's not worth when their turns are really quick in general. And there's also a chance that you could still get first turn on them. And here we go. The land of a ruined reactor. And it's extremely important that we tented right there because Eris MP was extremely low, and we need to use her to be able to do damage here. Making great use of Aqua Lung.
Yeah, and if you didn't have quite enough kills here, you would have Aerith deal the final Aqua Lung to the Turks and kill them. Though I guess that's probably still a good strategy even if you do have enough kills.
However, we had negative kills necessary to be able to just have Cloud get clean up here. That was very awkwardly said. There was just no use to have her use Aqua Lung for kills here.
Oh yeah, here is a use of Breath of the Earth. Breath of the Earth is Aerith's limit break that basically clears Sadness and Fury statuses. We don't actually really need them right now, so that's fine to do. But we have gotten one use of Breath of the Earth out of the 6 I think we need total. And so that will save a little bit of time later.
And they just built up a little bit more here, so that actually helps.
So it's good that I used a high pot during that fight.
Yeah. That would have killed Aerith.
Yeah, especially with the clearing your trank.
So now that we're in Kongaga, we're gonna go do a bit of shopping and grab some items and sell our ethers that we had stolen during the limit grind, as well as grab the Deathblow materia, which will be quite useful for an upcoming boss. The Deathblow materia is always here to grab in categories that aren't 100% also, but you usually don't get it until later because you usually don't come to Gongaga to get it until later because the Turks are blocking you if you were to get it earlier in most categories.
Very typically, the Turks fight is extremely difficult as an underleveled party. And that is very much the reason why it's opted not to do it. Not only because you would have to go out of your way to get the resources to be able to kill them quickly, but it's just the time necessary to fight them. So once you are on the quest to go to the Temple of the Ancients, they just aren't there anymore. I think the trigger is once the Keystone cinematic happens, the Turks go away. But we need to fight them for 100%, as they are considered a boss.
Yep.
Plus, they gave us that fairy tale that was useful to sell. We don't necessarily need the fairy tale right now, and we can buy it later. But also, they gave us an X potion. So, as I mentioned before, X potion is equivalent in terms of damage that we could do to this upcoming boss, Ginatok. Ginatok is an undead enemy, and so they suffer damage whenever you use restorative items or magic on them. And typically, people who come through this fight on other speedrun categories will use elixirs on them because it's much easier to procure. But also, X potion works because it will do maximum healing in terms of a party. So it does maximum numeric damage to an enemy, aka quad 9, if that's if they have more health than that. Or it'll just do their max health, which in the case of Ginatok is 5,500.
Yeah, we will see the quad 9 thing much later. But yeah, Turtle's Paradise poster is so nice, we read it twice.
Yes. So that is number 4 and 5?
Yeah, that was 5, and now we're reading number 4.
Oh, God. Oh, oops. I thought you were talking about both of the posters.
No, whatever.
Yeah, I overmatched the first one.
So we got a bit of a cutscene here, and I'm actually going to take this opportunity to go to the bathroom, but immediately afterwards, we're going to be going to the Cave of the Gi, in which we have a skip that we're doing.
And so this is the skip that Ace was talking about regarding why we were moving the way that we did within the Mithril Mines during Eris's limit grind, is because there is a skip that's coming up, which I'll just highlight it right now, called Stinger Skip. I'll let Ace describe it in more detail, but it is very step route oriented, and so once we get closer to when we're doing that, I'll let Ace detail how it works. But right now we're learning a little bit about Red's history right here. And next, we have to pick 2 party members because then Bugenhagen, who's the old man floating on the green orb, he is going to teach us about how the planet works. And for this part, it doesn't matter which party members you get, so just pick whichever ones are the most convenient for you to pick. Optimally, I think if you pick Kate, the way that he moves when you get to the bonfire is much preferable compared to other party members. And Barrett is just the first option on the PHS menu.
Okay, so far, compared to the PC no turbo world record, I'm losing about 1 minute. The way that I'm playing, like ultra carefully, I'm losing about 1 minute per hour.
Okay, so you're behind now by 3 minutes.
By 3 minutes and 47 seconds. Like,
Okay.
I'm exactly 1 minute per hour, almost. I'm also going to take this break.
I'll step away for just 1 moment as well.
I've gotta sort of make something. I gotta reheat up dinner sometime soon anyway.
Okay, I am back.
Welcome back.
Given the current time of my time zone, I have another 3.5 to 4 hours left. Just as a heads up.
No worries.
So you'll probably be able to make it through Big Shoes.
Yeah. The run starting earlier was extremely great for that purpose. Okay, now we all go to the campfire and we talk about our lives while we're eating s'mores. Now, the key people that we need to talk to here in order to progress the story is Barrett, Eris, and Tifa. And then we can finish off with Red, and being able to talk to Red after that allows us to move on with the story. That was a very awkward way that... Did Cloud walk that way on his own?
Yes. If you talk to Eris just wrong, Cloud will will forcibly go around down on the other side of her bow arrows.
That's a very good way of putting it, and I'll take note of that. In the I've had that happen, but I didn't know it could happen from that side as well. So just
Welcome to
wrong
the-
is very apt.
Yeah, welcome to the stream, Raiders from Main Stun. How you doing? You're just in time to see Stinger Skip, the next little thing that we're going to be doing in the run. So, up until this point and continuing after this point, we have pretty carefully managed where we are on what we call the encounter table, which describes where and how you get into battles, basically. We're going to be using that in order to essentially skip through a couple of normally required scripted encounters coming up that happen when you touch these spiderweb things. Because as it turns out, if you touch them at the same time that you were to get a random encounter, then neither of them happen, and the spiderweb simply disappears. We're going to be doing a precise movement setup, which is necessary to ensure that we actually touch the stinger web on the same frame as we were to get the as we would get the encounter. All of this is buffered movement, and so it actually isn't very difficult to execute, but it is precise, and any mistake means that MonetaryDragon has to do has to fight the stingers and do a backup. And while he is practiced with it, this is a different setup from the PSX one, so that is important to consider.
So this fight is correct, and the location that we get that fight is key to setting us up for the appropriate stinger skip setup.
Yeah,
So-
all this walking is to dodge encounters until we would get one later in a specific position to set up, which sets up stinger skip, and also means that we don't have to get more battles than we would otherwise need to. We also need to go grab the added effect materia that's on that upper shelf that we passed by.
And that's extremely important because this is our only opportunity to get it. If we leave this section without getting it, it's gone forever and we lose our hundo.
The added effect materia is also quite useful in the actual run itself.
And the key here is this trigger that we get. We want to make sure that we've gotten to it before we get a battle. And we are going to start Stinger Skip by initiating a battle here with just left and right movement.
Yeah, we're now a known distance from the trigger to the next field that's above us. In this fight, we're going to be teaching Death Sentence to the enemy skills that are on Cloud, and afterwards I'm going to stop talking.
Oh, that was really good.
Oh yeah, that's nice. You usually manipulate them for that. I'm going to stop talking. Okay, good, Skip. I got really scared when you let go of R1 a bit early on that beginning section there.
Me too.
I am really surprised you didn't move down instead of not moving at all. So all of that random seeming movement that we did was to precisely set up when we would hit the stingers webs in relation to the encounter table. and so that we'd get a fight at the exact same time. Now we can kill this undead Ginataka boss by throwing an X potion at it.
Oh, second turn. That's really good.
Yeah, this boss can take quite a few turns before you're able to get an attack off.
So this Wiser Staff is really important that we got from the boss, as we will put it on Eris, and it essentially, when Eris leaves our party, any armor and any weapon that she has equipped is gone with her forever. And what's important is this Wiser Staff, while it gives us the slots that we need in order to do the boss fights that we need appropriately, the Wiser Staff is a weapon that we can buy later, so giving it to her is totally fine. In the same regard, we're also going to change out her armor because we can't let her leave with the 4 slots, as once we get to Disc 2, we can't procure another 4 slots anymore. So, once she, so we're going to give her a bronze bangle because you start the game off with 4 of them, and it's not something that is very much going to be used throughout the run.
Yeah,
So
Bronze Bangle being the armor that has no materia slots.
Yeah, the default one that you get at the start of the game.
I am not going to be manipulating Valron's Pulse of Life grind.
Okay. So Valrons are an enemy that appear on the world map near Nibelheim, and since MD brought them up, they're going to be an enemy that we're going to use to learn Eris's limit uses. And it's extremely important that we use this particular enemy because it uses gravity-based damage. And gravity-based damage works in Final Fantasies by dealing damage based on a percentage of your max health or current health, depending on what the spell is. So in the case of the Valron, it always deals 25% damage, max health damage, using Dive Kick. And if we have Fury on Eris while we're doing that, she will be able to get her limit within 2, or in the case of when we're learning Planet Protector, 2 plus an additional move.
Yeah, I'm fairly certain MD is just going to be grinding for these battles normally as opposed to doing world map manipulations for them, because MD has not prepared many PC manips, because that would be extra work, and it's not that slow to get extra battles on PC in particular.
Yeah, and the Valron is a very common enemy that you find on this section of the world map that we're coming up upon, so it's not like it's extremely difficult to find one naturally. Unlike with another encounter we'll get later with the Wonderful Chocobo, they're very common here.
Yeah, there are a couple of fights that we have manips for because they are very uncommon. This is a bit unfortunate. We got wolves and no Valron here.
It's fine though.
Yeah, just a small time loss, nothing huge.
And this is a solo Valron. So we're using this Aqua Lung at the beginning of the fight to damage it enough where anything that we can do to the Valron will kill it. I believe we might finish it with a dive kick because it's it's quick.
So yeah, Breath of the Earth takes 2 dive kicks to fill, but it has the unfortunate effect of removing Aerith's Fury, which lets it take 2 dive kicks to fill. So we have to hyper her after every use, but that's why we got 11 hypers back in Gungaga.
And then all these high potions that we were getting as rewards through the mines are finding their value here. Hard to say if they'll get the same value later in the run.
And there we learned Aerith's 2-2 limit break Fury Brand. Wait, did you change Aerith's limit break? Yeah, no. Yeah, important now to change Aerith's limit break to Planet Protector. Ah, Nether Wolves.
I think what Katie actually meant to say is, wow, Rebirth's playability is way better than I expected.
Oh yeah. So now we're casting Big Guard on our party in order to make it so that our characters have haste. Planet Protector will give Aerith Peerless for a certain amount of time, which makes her immune to damage, which makes her immune to being able to get damage to build up a limit bar. So we need to wait for Planet Protector to expire, which means that we would like our characters to be hasted, and so it expires in half the time. So here you can see that we're doing a single speed punch and 2 dive kicks. 2 dive kicks don't quite give enough limit in order to get Planet Protector, but a single speed punch is enough to fill the difference. But speed punch does less damage to Aerith than a dive kick would, and so instead of dealing 75% of her health every time, with 3 dive kicks, it deals just above, like, not much over 50%, maybe like 55 or so percent. And so you don't need to throw as many high potions on her. As a bit of a tip in general, if Aerith's HP is yellow, then Aerith will always die to a dive kick. But if it's not yellow, then Aerith will never die to a dive kick.
Yes, exactly, main stun. But that's also a detriment because a character can die as long as they have HP. Kind of like the saying that 100% of people who drink water will die. And nicely executed.
Good fight. Now, you've noticed there that, you might have noticed if you were paying attention, that on that reward screen, Aerith did not learn Pulse of Life, her 3-2 limit break. This is intentional. So coming up here, we're going to be entering Mount Nibel, and have another step-routed segment of the run. MonetaryDragon will actually be dropping down the ladder. Wait, will he be? No, he said he was going to, but then I think he said he wasn't going to. I'm not sure if he will be, actually. I'm not going to say whether or not he will.
We will be surprised when it happens or not. So as Ace was mentioning, we have not learned Pulse of Life. We are saving our last use of Planet Protector
For a thing
very
that will come up.
strategically.
For a thing that will happen later.
And since this area is very big, that walking earlier was meant to underwalk a particular encounter, and this is to maintain our formations that we're going to have in order to reach big shoes very appropriately.
So, coming up soon is the boss Materia Keeper. Materia Keeper has 8,400 health, a number that will be quite familiar to people that run a different speedrun category. You might know of a certain strat that's used on this fight. That's quite interesting. We will not actually be using that strategy on this fight right here. Instead, we'll be using what will be a more traditional strategy for the rest of the run, where we simply get Tifa to be very strong and then punch it to death. Downpipe number 2 is a weapon of Tifa's called the Power Soul. This weapon deals double damage, or makes Tifa deal double damage when she is in critical HP. Her HP is her HP number on the status screen is yellow, which means that she's at 1/4 or less HP, and will deal quadruple damage if she is under the Doom status effect. Luckily, sometime in Cosmo Canyon, right before doing Stinger Skip, we learned the enemy skill Death Sentence, which just so happens to afflict the Doom status effect.
And we're seeing that we took a safety save here. This isn't a save that normally you would do, but for marathon safety, we're doing it. There can be some unfortunate stuff that happens on this boss. We've also applied a magic materia onto Tifa right before we engaged this fight, and then immediately removed it. So as you see, Tifa is not exactly at full health, and this could be a problem for this particular circumstance when she has an odd number for her max health. Since we're using laser, and it does 50% of the person's health as damage, and its current health, having an odd number as your max health does some weird stuff because the game will round down whenever you have odd health and you're taking a percentage damage. So we wouldn't get exactly into crit status once we laser her. But by doing this, but with removing some of her health by putting a magic materia on, then we can guarantee that she'll always go into critical health once we do 2 lasers on her.
And here we used Cross Slash in order to paralyze Materia Keeper. And now each of these death blows, which normally have significantly reduced accuracy, will always hit and will always deal a critical hit, dealing 2,000 damage. And with only 4 of them, we can completely deplete Materia Keeper's health pool. So that was Materia Keeper, and that is about how fights are going to go for much of the upcoming portions of the run.
So
Our goal
remember
is-
earlier when we were saying how we were going to prepare Tifa for some eventual badassery? Well, this was the first fight where we've set it up because now we have both Powerful and Death Sentence.
Yep. We now have most of the tools that we want.
Oh, that's
Pincer.
unfortunate.
Shouldn't be bad, we have Aqualung.
Yeah.
I mean, shouldn't be too bad at least. But in some other categories, this can be quite a run killer, and as a result of this, we have developed a world map manipulation to get to Rocket Town with no encounters. It's just MonetaryDragon's not using it here because it's not exactly necessary.
And also you would need to be like very prepared with it too. And
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of the difficulty with world map manipulation is doing them quickly and having IGTs prepared and being able to quickly access those IGTs, like being able to predict what your IGT is going to be to know what you need to access. So here we're going to be buying the shotgun weapon and grabbing the Yoshiyuki from this guy right here. These are
nice
two
middle
missable.
distance shotgun.
Yeah. These are two missable items that we are getting now. I believe that I don't know when you could get the Yoshiyuki until, but the shotgun can be gotten until the high wind, I believe. Maybe also the
Both, I think. It's both.
Okay. Point is, you can miss both of them, but we're getting both of them now, so we're good.
I think Umbrella also works the same way.
Yeah,
Like,
I think a
once
lot
the
of
gold. Yeah.
I think a lot of things basically switch over on high wind, like on game moment 1008. So we have another little bit of a break here before Palmer. Just some cutscenes and acquiring Sid as our next party member.
And yeah, that is a good point, Ace. Make sure that everyone who's watching in the audience is stretching and etc. Gotta make sure that you're making yourself nice and limber and avoiding deep vein thrombosis.
So during the next cutscene, I'm gonna try to find this other stream that seems like it might have more chat. I'm only looking at really longathon.
One last thing is I think that we're waiting for the opportune time, but we're going to open this chest right here. It contains a drill arm, and that is going to be used particularly later in the run for Barrett, since it has double growth on it. Apparently, there's an estimated donation incentive for you to activate Windows. The joke's on them. This is activate Windows %.
So using slots would change quite a number of the strategies that are used in 100% to the point where, honestly, it would no longer be as interesting of a category to run. I don't know if I don't have an exact time number for like the amount of time that you'd save, but like every night of the round, not every, but a lot of the nights of the round animations that we end up doing later in the run would probably not be done. The strategy on Emerald Weapon would be to slots hit instead of doing what we do. There would be a lot of differences, and it would basically trivialize all the creative things that we do in this run to defeat enemies quickly, which in that sense makes it not very interesting.
From a routing perspective, it sounds kind of interesting. But yeah, from a viewing perspective of a runner, it's probably very lackluster. Mm-hmm.
420 of stream time and about 1 minute of run time, I guess.
Very important milestone. Thank you for pointing it out.
Welcome.
420 Palmer.
Yeah, SCM has the potential to break this category and a lot of other categories in this game. It's just, to what extent does it really have the potential to break categories? And for Hundo, quite a bit. You can get all your steals first try. You can do a lot of crazy things in battles, for example. But also, SCM is really hard to use and really hard to route. Not just that SCM is physically hard to use, in the sense that it's hard to use with your computer, but also it's just really hard to control battles and to manipulate battles to do it in a sufficient way. Like, we have SCM setups for doing some of the important things in 100%, such as, most notably, the Earth Mallet and Protect Ring section of the run is trivialized with SCM. But yeah, I can talk about that later. Here's Palmer. We're doing a fairly similar strat to Palmer. However, we're not using cross slash on it to paralyze or anything like that. We're just going to use Aqua Lung and let Tifa deal chip damage with strong punches with the Fury Ring.
Man, he's butt slapping a lot.
Yeah, sort of interestingly, MD has opted to, in his more serious runs, just completely avoid, or actually just to require Palmer to hit Cloud to give him a limit break at some point in this fight, should he not already have a limit break, which he never should. And otherwise, he would reset the run. And I can understand why. It's actually very likely that happens at some point in the fight. But yeah. Presumably that's not going to be the case here because it doesn't take that long to go out of your way to farm a limit. Yeah, right here,
yep.
Cloud was not hit at all. And
I'll farm just before Temple.
Yeah, not a big problem at all.
But there, we just got really unlucky with him choosing to not do attacks. Just skipping his attack over and over.
Yeah, I'm fairly certain that skipping his attack is a 1 in 4 chance each time.
And now our plane has evolved into a boat. Boats are cooler anyways.
We've got a boat now.
They should make a mod where when you're riding on the Bronco, every single time, like it can play the world map music normally, but whenever you get into the Bronco, it plays the cargo ship song.
So yeah, coming up here is the Gold Saucer. It's not much different from other categories with its cutscene, and we're also going to be taking the Aerith date as is usually done in speedruns, with one notable turtle poster-sized exception.
To answer your question, Deceiver, we're doing safety strats on these fights. So typically, MD was saying we're losing about a minute every hour. And if you're wondering why we're even more behind than that, Palmer didn't go very quickly. And in fact, it went very poorly from a good fight. And we're going to need to go farm a limit on the world map.
Yeah, a bunch of small time losses. We got two fights without Valrons when we were doing Aerith's limit grind, for example.
I'm doing my menuing, like, extremely carefully. Like, way more careful than I would be if I were pushing. If I was pushing for minimum time.
Yeah, seriously having to work around the double input glitch.
But with that said, I'm only about 3.5 behind right now.
That's pretty good.
So yeah, we're buying another one of these single entry passes into the Gold Saucer. It's not required to get the lifetime pass, the gold ticket I believe it's called, into the Gold Saucer. We do so eventually just because it's more convenient to do so. But not yet.
Interestingly enough, you could purchase it with I think it's with GP. Yeah, with GP.
Yeah, I believe so.
Hardest fight in the game.
Oh boy.
Oh no, this is bad.
Jokers.
This is time loss.
Oh no. They carded you.
Oh, and it
Oh,
is
no.
a Joker card.
They jokered you.
Oh, no,
good, they missed
and
you.
it missed.
Good, they missed you. If it didn't miss, you would have lost your limit. Normally, the state of things that happen in Battle Square don't affect things outside Battle Square. But I'm pretty sure that if you die in Battle Square, you do lose your limit.
I don't think that's accurate, actually.
Okay, I thought I remember that from somewhere. I don't know why.
I think every time you enter Battle Square, it's like your retained state from before you entered will always be the same when you leave.
I know that's how it's supposed to be. I just thought that for some reason dying was a small exception in certain ways, but I'm not sure. I don't take anything I say with 100% accuracy. I don't know what I'm
No
talking
problem.
about.
I only know that because I think when the ghost ship can launch you out, it's considered a death.
I mean, death and ejection from battle are two different things.
But some ejections from battle count as a death. And now we are witnessing a dancing flower. Everyone, if you're a DashRetro sub, flowers in the chat. To answer the question, Megius, slots cannot be used in this category, but it is required to learn it.
What an unusually strong princess.
I mean, she did just grind for a bit and learn her limits. That would do it. That would do that to her.
It makes me so happy how top tier this game's dialogue is versus the inferior game. Okay, I'm gonna step away for just a moment. And we're on our way to Temple of the Ancients.
We have the keystone, and we are out and leaving. Or rather, we do not have the keystone. We are going after the people who do. We got the keystone, and then we ungot the keystone.
Nice runaway. That could have been a dangerous fight.
Yeah. Here's the house that we get the Great Gospel Limit Manual from, the first of the limit manuals that we'll be collecting and teaching in this run, in fact. So we're grinding for a fight right now just outside the forest. Presumably now because we need to fill the last little bit of Cloud's limit bar. And the fights inside the forest would be very bad to get, probably. And that works. Okay, not necessarily probably very bad to get, but there is a chance that you can get a very, very bad formation inside the forest. That has a good chance of just killing the run immediately if you get it.
Yeah, I was planning on forcing just outside the forest anyway.
Okay, that makes sense. That's reasonably safe.
So it's great that we got the cloud limit when we did, because having cloud limit is very important for the upcoming fight that we're going to see, as we're going to use the same strategy that we used on Materia Keeper here on this next boss fight, the Red Dragon. But before we get there, there are a couple of pickups that we're going to get that are going to be very useful for the 100% run. Some of them will sell, and some of them are just required in general.
Notably, upcoming is the Luck Plus materia. Normally, you are supposed to go around another path in order to grab it. However, it's possible to grab from the staircase that we're going to be going down anyway, upcoming. Just like that.
It is important to know that there is a chance that you could be off position for getting it that way. But there's an easy fix of just going back up to the top of the stairs and realigning yourself. However, I have seen... Oh, 666 airs. Okay, the frog killed it.
Unfortunate.
The run was almost blessed. I have seen people's runs die from panic of not knowing what to do when the luck plus isn't grabbed, but there are ways to just fix that once you know what to do.
So I get the feeling that I'm going to make it through Big Shoes before I get tired. And I think it's not possible ever to be tired after Big Shoe. So I should be good to go.
If you say so.
And here we're picking up more. It's very easy to miss if you play other categories to pick this up because most other categories don't pick up that materia. And contrary to popular belief, there is no morph salesman. So missing it here means your run is dead.
So we've got a couple of extra places to stops to make here along the clock. Normally, no slots or other any percent like runs would just go down to 6 immediately, but we need to go to 4 to grab the Princess Guard and 5 here to grab a ribbon. This puzzle to catch this guy is the same as usual. So right here is Red Dragon. This is going to be another boss that we kill using Tifa's Death Blow after paralyzing it with Cross Slash. This time, Tifa will be strong enough to defeat it with only 3 attacks.
So as you may have noticed there, Aerith took 0 damage, and this is because we gave her the fire ring, and it eliminates her from taking any fire damage. So she's basically safe, and it's very important that she's safe so that she still maintains her limit for the next fight, as that's a very important strategy.
Yes, we will go over that. So 2 lasers brings Tifa down to under 25% health. And we can immediately push this Cross Slash through with limit priority. And that's Red Dragon down. Actually, come to think of it, I'm not sure if that Cross Slash was pushed through with limit priority, but whatever.
It should have, because ATB was paused.
Okay. So, the next fight is against Demon's Gate, coming up very shortly after. The Demon's Gate in general is a very dangerous boss. However, we're actually going to be doing a strategy against it using Aerith's Planet Protector. In fact, we set it up so that this last Planet Protector should be the last one that she has to use to learn Pulse of Life, her 3-2 limit break. Because you might have noticed that we never learned Pulse of Life yet, even though that's one of the required limit breaks, and we're coming awfully close to the point at which Aerith will no longer have an opportunity to be able to do so. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to learn Pulse of Life from this last fight, and we're going to use that Planet Protector in order to protect the party during the fight and deal a lot of damage to Demon's Gate. Now, Tifa will actually not be healed before this fight. She is at high critical HP, and weirdly enough, her chances of survival and like the total risks of the fight are like no greater, are basically there's no difference in risk and no real difference in time loss if you were to get hit and Tifa were to die if she were to have full HP versus low HP, even though she'll die with this low HP but won't die with full HP usually. However, we're still going to save beforehand because there are a couple of things that could go very wrong with this fight. For example, if Aerith were to be killed on the first turn, then we'd lose our stored Planet Protector, which would be very bad. Alright, Tifa being killed is no problem.
Oh wow, that was a crit.
Yeah, but should be fine.
Yep, okay, yeah, totally safe.
And we won. We just won the fight. So, Tifa is currently at critical HP and is under death sentence. And we just cast Planet Protector, meaning that we will no longer take any damage. We can now win the fight before Planet Protector runs out, with Fury Ring Tifa dealing these powerful attacks.
Almost 1337.
The closest possible damage roll to 1337 that we could get there. So yeah, we just let Tifa attack repeatedly. We let demons get attack and it doesn't do anything. And we just win.
GG, good backup.
Nice. So, you may be a little bit worried. Part of the definition for 100%, or maybe a little bit worried, maybe a little bit confused, maybe not really understand something, if you have been paying attention. Because part of the definition of 100% is for a character to learn all of their limits. And you might have noticed that we have not taught Great Gospel to Aerith yet, and, well, it seems a little bit late to do so right now, you might think. We have a solution for that. The activate Windows message is from MonetaryDragon's stream. So this is not a thing. This is not a problem with RRLAT. This is a problem with. This is a thing with MonetaryDragon's stream, not necessarily a problem.
I happen to be using a very old computer to play FF. So FF7 PC doesn't behave well if you're running it on the same computer that you're streaming from. So it's way, way better, if at all possible, to use a 2-PC setup. And the 2-PC setup that I happen to be using is with like a 16-year-old computer with unactivated Windows.
Yeah, here window capture would grab that because this is just because, well, this is a display. This is basically just a capture of one computer's display being sent to OBS on another computer through a capture card, I assume.
Yes. I'm actually thinking of getting a like a really cheap thing off of Craigslist. Something far more modern, where hopefully my FPS doesn't tank nearly as much when I press buttons. So if I were to activate Windows on this thing, it would serve basically no value. Then I'm gonna have a new one that also is gonna need Windows activated.
Yeah.
Or not.
So, as for not having learned great gospel earlier, it turns out that during this cutscene, there are a few moments where the game tries to sort of enable and then immediately disable the ability to use the menu. One of them is coming up right here, and it just so happens that there is one frame where the menu is usable, so if you hold the triangle button to open the menu, it will open. Like that. This is a result of a quirk in the game's scripting engine, where the game has what we call a what some people call a speed limit, essentially, where you're only allowed to, like the game's scripting engine is only allowed to perform up to 8 script commands per frame, and if it happens, and whatever the state of the game is after those 8 script commands are executed, it just waits until the next frame in order to finish executing the script. And it just so happens that there is a point where the game executes 8 commands, and that 8th command is an enable the ability to use the menu command, and the command immediately after is a disable the ability to use the menu command. So it hits that enable menu usage command, and then a frame passes because the speed limit was reached, and with that frame passed, the menu is able to be used on that frame, and it's not until the next frame that the menu is disabled. And so by holding the triangle button there, you can open the menu. And this is almost certainly not intentional. You're almost certainly not supposed to be able to open the menu there, but it just so happens that you can, and so we use that. And the real reason we use that is to make it so that we don't have to use Planet Protector 6 total times of the run. We only have to use it 5 total times, because otherwise we'd have to use it 5 times in order to learn Pulse of Life and then teach Great Gospel, and then use it an additional time. But each time we use Planet Protector, that requires us to wait until Planet Protector expires to be able to gain the limit to use it the next time. And so that basically saves one Planet Protector animation and expiration time. Coming up soon, we're going to be grabbing an item in a chest called the White M Phone, which will be used for as a weapon for Kate, which has double AP growth. For the last several for all the battles that we've done so far, we've had the transform materia and the all materia on double growth weapons, whether they be clouds or Tifas. Kate is going to have the transform materia equipped for, and it's going to be on a double growth weapon like the White M Phone. And to clarify what I said, basically the Planet Protector use counts as soon as you use Planet Protector, but in order to be able to gain another ability to use Planet Protector, you have to fill Aerith's the limit bar. And doing so requires her to take damage, but being under the effects of Planet Protector means that you cannot take damage, because that's what Planet Protector does. And so you have to wait until Planet Protector expires to be able to use Planet Protector another time, to be able to get the limit required to use Planet Protector another time. And so the planet protector limit use grind requires us to gain that limit as many times as we need to use planet protector. And so that's basically where it comes from.
So MD has Furied Cloud here because there's opportunities that we have for a few fights where Cloud can take some damage. And this is really important because once again, we are going to be using the same strat that we used on Materia Keeper and Red Dragon on the upcoming Genova fight. And in order for that to happen, we need Cloud to have a limit for Cross Slash. So that's what we're doing right here, is we are farming a limit as we are running errands. And the particular errand that we're running is we went to that reactor to pick up Titan Materia. This is the opportune time to pick it up. We could pick it up later, but this is a good time to pick it up. And now we are heading back to the village of Calm.
Yes, we skipped Calm earlier, and however, there are a couple of things that are not necessary right now, but useful in Calm. In particular, we need to buy steel materia so that we can more easily steal things, because we have more than one person that can steal things. Because right now we only have the one steel materia that we got from the sewers after apps, and we've only had that one steel materia for a while, but coming up soon in the run, we're going to have to start stealing more things that are harder to steal. And so it would really help if we have more characters that are able to steal things. And it turns out that Calm is the only place in the game that actually sells more steel materia, and is the only place that we can actually get more steel materia from easily.
Now, as a result of us skipping Calm earlier, we're getting this this confusion within the game that it wants to initiate the Calm flashback. We're going to ignore that for now, and we're just going to go and procure the steels that we mentioned, as well as an earth materia and some weapons. So this is some hundo shopping that we're doing right now.
Yeah, the weapons in Calm are pretty cheap, and so we can actually afford to collect all of them with the little money that we have right now.
And then while our members are sleeping at the inn, trying to catch up about some circumstances, we're just going to leave them there and go farm some limit with Cloud alone.
Yeah.
This is very helpful because now that we have Cloud alone, he's the only one who could be targeted in combat.
Yeah, it's fairly interesting that the beginning of the Calm flashback clears everyone out of the party except for Cloud, and so we can use that to our advantage here. However, we will have to put other party members back in because it will cause some things to soft lock later if we don't have a full party. Welcome to Bone Village, we just need to dig up the Lunar Harp. The Lunar Harp is always in the same spot, and we just dig there.
Lunar Harp acquired.
Coming up, we're going to be grabbing the Kajata summon materia, which is a bit annoying to try and grab because it keeps like jumping all over the place. But we should be able to grab it quickly with a reasonable setup, if you're reasonably fast.
I'm gonna do the limit farming without Fury. I've accidentally more of them I want.
Okay.
And I already am 60.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yep, nice limit. Now if only we can actually escape from the fight.
I'm still in wait.
So as Ace mentioned, we need to put our party back here. There is a cutscene that occurs in the City of the Ancients here. And if we don't have our party members in the party, then the game will soft lock because Cloud will attempt to eject people from his body, and if there's nothing to eject, he gets confused and just stands there until we reset the console.
Yeah, this is the one part of the early game where we want to do a PHS anyway, and so we can just overlap them by putting Sid back in the party. Or in the party. There is normally a skip that can be performed here by doing a paralysis dodge on the bed. However, a MonetaryDragon has opted not to do so, he has told us.
Yeah, just like the earlier bar skip, there is some risk to the run if it is messed up at all. So things like that we're going to avoid doing just so that we can have a safe run that can complete.
I'm doing Shell Hut skip in actual runs now.
Yeah.
But I'm not yet in America.
And it's the fact that we can grab that elixir chest from so high up that allows us to do that paralysis dodge in the first place.
But it's very common in games like this, as we saw with Luck Plus. There's a lot of funky little chest grabs or materia grabs in places that you wouldn't expect to get. Like, we're going to see one right here with Comet. But I think someone in the chat mentioned that, you know, this is the kind of game that you run into glitches without even trying sometimes. That's what gives it so much character.
Saving here because even though it is literally impossible to die to this next fight, unless you intentionally do so yourself, basically, it's still dangerous.
Basically, the save is in case I forgot the water ring.
That too. But like if you were to, say, use too many Phoenix Downs again or something, or just take way too long or something like that, then it could be a reasonable place to have to restart the fight. Kind of interestingly, from this point onwards, there's actually no place you can buy Phoenix Downs until you're until you're past like the Gaia's Cliff section of the game. Okay, this is supposed to be really, really lots of lore, right? What's going on with the game so far? I think something important might be happening.
Really, really LOL for sure.
Oh yeah.
Now we are struck with inconsistencies. Are his gloves on or are his gloves off?
What texture is the floor?
That's okay, Deceiver. Clearly he's just a man with his mouth open.
Alright, blue light's a good opener. We don't want to see Aqualung here. Good fight.
ATB looked really sketchy at the beginning.
Yeah, you got through it. It's fine.
I'm going to take this break.
Very much deserved.
Yeah.
And now for more inconsistencies.
Speaking of inconsistencies, Genesik, to answer that question about the supposed inconsistency of Deathblow hitting, turns out that no attacks can actually miss a paralyzed opponent, including inconsistently hitting attacks or inaccurate attacks like Deathblow. So we paralyze our opponent in order to ensure that Deathblow always hits. This also happens if the opponent is turned around because the fight is preemptive, which we may or may not see coming up. I'm not actually sure if MD does that.
Okay, so we have been holding at about 3 minutes lower than WR. 3 minutes slower than the no turbo WR for the last few hours now. Currently, we're 2 minutes 46 seconds behind, which is really not that bad, I think.
Time save is pretty solid.
It hasn't really been a fast run, but it's been a smooth run.
Congratulations, everybody. We have pretty much made it to the end of part 1. So it just happens. It just so happens to be the case that the the three different discs or parts of the game happen to roughly split the game. Roughly split a 100% run into approximately equal thirds. So we are about 1/3 of the way through the run lengthwise. And Peeps, we cast Death Sentence on Tifa to put her into Doom, and the Power Soul gains 4 times, basically does 4 times damage when Tifa has Doom. So for formations, it was important that MD force this fight right here. It's a back attack, but that's fine.
The best part of the run where you can grab things from places you shouldn't be able to.
Yeah, that Bolt Armor at the beginning was like that.
Yep.
Down
We're
here
climbing
is
down. Oh, go ahead. You beat me
Magic
to it.
Plus.
Yeah.
Magic Plus. A material we wouldn't normally grab, but which is both useful and necessary in this run. Welcome to the stream, VNV. I saw you were doing more of your complete 100% grind earlier. So there was a newly discovered paralysis dodge in Icicle Inn, discovered relatively recently. I don't know, and I kind of don't think that MD is going to be doing it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which just allows you to skip part of this cutscene upcoming here. This voice is AceZephyr. And I Blink, won't you introduce yourself?
Yep, this is me. I'm Blink22.
Yeah. It's been a bit since we've introduced ourselves, and I think quite a bit of people are probably new here, and I think a couple of other people have asked us for who our commentators are. So, yeah.
And DashRetro should be joining in a few hours.
Welcome to snowboarding in glorious 30 FPS.
With Cloud Ass Cam. We're on PC, the camera is low and all close up onto Cloud.
So, Rebirth.
Yes, very much.
Anyway, something that you might not know or not be aware of is that the path that you take as you're going down the snowboarding sequence determines where you end up on the other side in the Great Glacier segment. And so we're going to be taking a specific path to ensure that we end up at the best location.
Oh
that
boy.
was-
Oh
This
no,
doesn't
he
handle
died.
nearly as well as PlayStation. On Cloud.
With the way that the perspective looks, it'd almost be funny if this minigame was a thing where snowboarding, but every time Cloud bonks, he gets smaller. It almost feels like those snow boulders were just bigger than they should be.
So there is a mechanic in the Great Glacier segment where if you take too many steps, you will eventually pass out and I believe appear at the cabin. However, that never is a problem in the run. We don't take that many steps. Up here is the added cut material, which will be quite useful to have on Tifa.
Very warm hot spring.
This is a segment that's technically the world map, and we want to go to, I guess, the right side. However, that where that is rotates along with the entire field map, because it's just the camera that's rotating.
Oh, very nice.
Nice, cloud now is the limit.
Triple three.
So we're going to be doing quite a bit of movement in order to force the next fight exactly where we do. If we were to get it on the next screen, then instead it would be a pincer attack, and we don't want that yet. In addition, this also sort of normalizes where our steps are going to be for the next segment. This setup here is to hopefully set up this next encounter to be a preemptive. And looks like it was. So as I alluded to before, a death blow will never miss a turned around opponent. However, we still got that cross slash before, just to be really sure that even if we failed to get this preemptive encounter, we could still force a single death blow to, we could still force a win easily, basically.
You got the
Nice
ice crystal also.
Yeah, nice ice crystal. I did see that.
It was a nice crystal.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
This. So this is a pincer fight that we can't really avoid in the route, but is kind of fine to be able to get. Normally, we would morph one of these Bandersnatches to get an ice crystal, but we already did, so we can just kill it. We use this for extra gil and AP and such, and EXP, I guess. And that's all routed in. We do want to do a few extra fights. We actually do want to win a couple of fights for a short little grind, basically, in order to improve a couple of stats and basically get some AP and EXP and such. That's going to be in the actual cliff area, the actual caves area, I guess.
So those steps are very critical right there. If you don't perform those immediately, you do get a fight.
Yeah. That's a bit of a weird segment in the encounter table I had to route around. A bit of an unlucky fight right here in the world map section. It's not very common that if your movement is good, you actually get a fight. So this segment right here, these segments with the temperature, is basically the temperature measures effectively is trying to measure Cloud's body temperature in degrees Celsius. In case you never realized that. On the first and third segments, you don't have to warm up at all in order to be able to pass through. However, it's quite tight to do this first one, so it's pretty reasonable to just warm up a little bit. I accidentally unplugged my headphones there for a second. Whoops. Sure, that's 26 times 9/5 plus 32. So these formations with 4 solo culture enemies are the ones that we're going to use to do a short little grind, effectively. We're going to be killing 2 of these for their XP and AP, and Gil. So I'm not sure if the Gil is really that important with the route as it is now.
I think it is like it is just critical enough. I forget how much one of these fights gives. Oh yeah, that's substantial.
Yeah, I think so. Grab the javelin. Next fight is going to be against a Stilva, which will use the enemy skill Magic Breath on us. Well, we're going to manipulate it to do so. And we're going to morph it into a Holy Torch item.
And we have our Holy Torch and Magic Breath. Very nice. Oh, what freedom units? I missed what you're asking, Deceiver.
They were talking about 26 degrees Celsius.
Oh. Really cold. There's your freedom units.
Actually, no, 26 degrees Celsius is pretty dang hot. It's
Really
just
cold for body temperature.
yeah. Actually, not hot, but warm. You know, not cold. Good. Okay, never mind. I was a little worried there because I thought you could potentially have gotten that fight in the previous screen, but no, PC puts you way too far ahead. So these next couple of fights after this one here, I guess, are going to be against these icicle enemies that have these evil head vampires, or evil head bats, I guess, that have an item called the Vampire Fang on them that can potentially drop. We need this to drop at some point. Maybe not necessarily now, but we would hope it drops now, basically. Vampire Fang is a missable item that we have to get later if we don't get now. Or not missable, but as in like it is an item that we may or may not get now.
And it's important that he elixired right there, as these evil heads are really fast. So whoever can get their ATB first to cast Magic Breath, it's very useful. And Magic Breath is a very costly spell, so having full MP is very helpful here.
Yeah, and we have more than enough items in order to be able to restore MP. Now, laser there does half damage to does half an opponent's current amount of HP as damage. However, it is also gravity elemental, and icicles happen to be weak to gravity, and so they take double damage times half damage equals 100% damage. Okay, so we got Vampire Fang. We even got 2 of them.
Nice, cross it off our list.
Mm-hmm. Now, a sort of interesting thing is that we could use the spell the A skill Aqua Lung instead of Magic Breath, and that would still kill the bats. However, it would also do damage to the icicle as it's not immune to water. And if the icicle takes an odd amount of damage, then it turns out laser no longer kills it and instead leaves it with 1 HP remaining. We're getting a lot of Vampire Fang drops. I am hoping this doesn't affect our... This doesn't somehow...
Don't say
affect
anything.
I'm not saying anything. I won't say anything.
And so the 2 ribbons that we got earlier in the run are helping us right here with preventing Sid and Cloud from being silenced. As you see, these bats can silence your party, and it is somewhat unfortunate if either one of them gets silenced, because then they can't finish the battle as quickly as possible. And that's a very common problem that you see on these fights in the any percent, is that the person who's casting Magic Breath sometimes gets silenced. Oh yeah. Nice,
5.
Morningcraft.
5 out of 12, wow. So we've got a couple more fights, and then one more climbing segment, and then we're going to be fighting against Schizo. This boss is the 2-headed dragon that has the Protect Ring as a stealable item. which we want. We very much want that Protect Ring, but it is a very low chance to be able to steal it. And the strategy that MonetaryDragon is going to be using on this fight is based around being able to steal this. Yeah, Schizo has two heads, one that breathes ice and one that breathes fire. In general, the goal is going to be to get rid of the ice head as soon as possible, and to start stealing from the fire head, since that's the one that has the Protect Ring.
Any major hiccups so far? Just Demon's Gate had a rough opener, but the backup was performed successfully, and Palmer was a little slow because he didn't hit Cloud for a limit. Otherwise, pretty smooth run. Oh, and Midgar steals were a little bit unfortunate. It's been so long, I forgot that existed.
Oh yeah, that was a thing.
But yeah, this is the Protect Ring steal, like Ace mentioned, is a low chance. It is quite common to see it take at least 15 attempts on it.
Yeah, and so Schizo sort of works based on a counter system after having been hit enough times. Each of its heads will counter with a powerful earth attack afterwards. The ice head can be attacked 5 times before countering, and the fire head... No. The ice head 6 times and the fire head 5 times, is that right? Am I thinking about this right?
It's 6 on ice and 5 on the fire.
Yeah. And each of these steal attempts actually counts as a hit for the purposes of keeping track of the counterattack.
And so particularly, the strat that's being employed here is, since we're going to spend some time stealing, it makes sense that we want to have Tifa be able to start her kill streak on the ice head when she's no longer at risk for dying. And this allows her to die off to the counter, as we saw, and then be able to minimize the number of attacks that the Firehead can do. But right now, we're going to exploit using steals here and allow Sid to be killed if possible. Because then it minimizes when the boss goes into his triple breath phase. It minimizes the number of breaths that he has to do for his triple breath cycle. Because all the triple breath is he's just launching a breath on every party member that's alive. So right now this is optimal, as we don't have to wait for long animations between steals during like the long triple breath phase. And we don't have to expend resources keeping people alive unnecessarily.
Yeah, I think it's the second one of those that's more important, as I think the triple breaths are sort of offset by the fact that we only get one steal attempt per one of Schizo's turns, though it does skip a lot of its attacks, I think.
420.
Nice.
420, nice.
And then
Good
immediately,
guys.
and then you're immediately blazed right afterwards. Protect ring, nice. Okay, so we're going to continue to steal until we get a counterattack. as we don't want Tifa to get hit by a counterattack while in critical HP, and so we want to expend completely bring the counter back to 0, the counterattack counter back down to 0, I guess, before reviving Tifa and having her fight. DashRetro, who will be here later, might have a particular story about a fight that did not go very well when he didn't quite do that.
Oh boy.
Nice.
Nice hit.
Smooth fight. Very nice.
Very nice fight.
Okay, I'm currently about 2.5 minutes behind WR.
So, this next upcoming segment is the big one. For those that are not aware, there is an item called the Earth Mallet that is dropped only by an enemy called Gigas. That actually wasn't intentional, I actually mixed up the name for a second, but yeah. The enemy called Gigas, nicknamed Big Shoes, I should say. It is only a drop. It is a 9 in 64 chance every time to drop the item, and we need to get it as soon as possible. It can take minutes between, it can take like 1 or 2 minutes between attempts or so, just because we need to get a Gigas fight every single time. And they only happen about 1 in every 3 fights on average. In addition, we need to stay on step route, and so in order to do so, we're actually going to go save the game pretty soon, as soon as we're able to leave the bottom side of the screen before the next Gigas would happen, basically. And if we fail to get the Earth Mallet drop within the first 3 Gigas attempts that we have, we're going. I believe that MD is going to then effectively soft reset the game by killing off his party. I'll explain more about that strategy if it becomes relevant, but for now we're just going to hope that the 30%-ish Earth Mallet drop happens within the first 3 fights, hopefully. That is 30% for it to happen in any of the first 3 fights, not 30% per fight or something like that. So the way that we actually kill these Gigas is by using Morph paired with Added Cut. The Morph actually is there just to do the little bit of extra damage that is necessary to kill. Gigas has 3,500 HP, but our attacks can only do around 3,200, so that Morph does just enough extra damage in order to kill.
Oh, perfect.
That is incredible!
World record pace.
This run can legitimately get world record now. The current world record is a 15:07 set by DashRetro just a few hours ago relative to when this run started, like I guess like 20 or so hours ago, I don't know.
Oh, and I'm definitely WR pace for no turbo. But
Oh yeah. Oh yeah,
this...
that run was done. That run was done with turbo, and this run is done without turbo. So they are technically different categories. However, that run is still one to compare against. Now it's still very reasonable because MonetaryDragon is taking this run very slowly and very safely, or at least very safely. That he could very conceivably just fail to record here, but it's. And also, there are still a lot of RNG events that could screw up the run. However, it is reasonably possible for it to happen now, I think. Or at the very least, this is probably going to be a very good runtime. Well, considering Helicopedra, that I'm pretty sure that MD only has one world record on the boards right now. That, I don't know.
I have... the other one was just earned earlier today. The 1555.
Yeah. I thought that was the one.
Oh,
For
well,
now, at
but
least.
for Final Fantasy
Oh
VII,
yeah, no. Yeah, for non-turbo, the 1559. Never mind. Alright, nice wind dodges. The Genova Death Fight here has a similar feel to Genova Life, except because it's fire-based, it doesn't... the attacks that it does can't damage Tifa at all, and so she's completely safe.
And I think Cloud still has the fire armlet, so he just gets healed.
Yeah.
my notes for this just a Cloud first with Big Guard, same as J-Life.
Sounds reasonable.
Oh, we might be in trouble. Yeah, we are.
Oh,
Oh, that's the thing.
we
Oh,
forgot
oh.
Fire Ring.
Still a power risk on, alright.
My counter with... Oh, okay, so she doesn't counter with Reflect.
I also don't have added cut on my death blow.
Yeah, that won't be great. Should still be able to make it through the fight at the very least. This is probably salvageable.
My item arrangement is also broken as...
Okay.
Yeah, because we just got the Reflect Ring. I don't know. See. Not gonna whip through the Shoko Sage menu.
Yeah, unfortunately, first try Earth Mallet happens so rarely that we forgot to do a menu.
I didn't see, but you did the added cut as well.
Yeah, the added cut thing is that he needed to swap Deathblow with Morph.
So that cost 52 seconds in the fight itself. In the Genova death split itself. And what I'm actually concerned about is my item arrangement might be wrong. So usually you would menu as soon as you get the Earth Mallet, Devious. But this might be fine. There's a decent chance that this will be fine. Or if it's not fine, it might only be like 1 more minute of time lost.
Regardless, this is the beginning of a pretty extensive cutscene break, so people in chat might be a good idea to, I don't know, get up, stretch a little bit, get something to eat, something to drink. It has been about 6 hours so far.
So I'm extremely well positioned to get redemption after my really, really, really bad 1555 the other day.
Yeah, Vixipede. It is a very entertaining run. There's a lot that you would learn that you wouldn't think it was possible from a casual playthrough. That alone is very entertaining.
Oh, we have about 3.5 train games of time save banked later on in this run. Those are the freedom units, right? Time for Cloud to doom humanity again.
We also need the Turks in Midgar. Even
Aegis Armlet. 2 different weapons for Barrett, a weapon for Kate Sith. There are a number of things that Dino has mentioned that it's more convenient for us to get there. More convenient for us to get during Midgar raid. A behemoth horn also we need. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in the Midgar raid.
Ragnarok.
Minerva Band we could get elsewhere.
8-inch cannon and Shinra Alpha could be obtained elsewhere, but we also get them there.
Not in this round,
in-
we
in-
will.
In the route I'm running now, I'm getting them elsewhere.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's spicy.
Hot endgame action.
I am excited. Also, Dash just left.
Maybe his computer turned off.
Yeah, that's likely.
Cat walked over the computer,
That's even more likely.
flipped off the power switch.
That sounds like a song name.
I think either the Starlight M phone or the battle... No, not the battle trumpet. Or the trumpet shell. There are two Kate Sith weapons. Like another one besides HP Shout.
Yeah, the Starlight phone.
Okay.
So we're coming up on a point where we're gonna see a minor major skip coming up with Junon FMV skip. This essentially is going to save about 1 minute by skipping part of an FMV because the developers forgot to lock Barrett during a cutscene, and we have the ability to move him and exit a room so that it advances to the next screen, and Barrett can move to get back to this screen that you're seeing right now, and avoid a lot of cutscene shenanigans.
So here is a scripted encounter where we are assaulted by 2 guards that we can simply run away from. Very good at their jobs. So that FMV skip that was mentioned earlier is going to be coming up within just a couple of screens.
And you can see my FPS drop as I prepare for it, as I buffer the.
And here we go. FMV skip successful.
Nice. And here we reunite with a later part of the cutscene that we can now escape during.
You get really ahead on PC.
Yeah.
And now we're at the point where everything kind of shifts, and now we have engaged in hundo mode.
Yep.
So-
After this, we're going to be doing a lot of objectives that don't have to do with continuing the story so much as completing requirements for the run.
AKA running errands.
collecting things, doing errands and such. Yeah.
So I consider getting the high wind to be the end of early game, beginning of mid game. Late game I consider to be from start of disc 3. Once you've reached late game, like, you're completely done with all of the story advancement stuff, and Sephiroth is just waiting for you in the Northern Crater, waiting for you to complete the 100% definition before you go into the Northern Crater. The game is about to massively open up.
And we promise that riveting gameplay is coming up. This is just a nice little break from all the gameplay.
Yeah. What, the slap fight's not riveting?
Well, that's why I said it's coming up.
Oh, yeah.
Really, really lots of slaps.
But yeah, it's not faster really to win the slap game, at least. Yeah.
We have Choco Sage menu coming up. We need to do this extremely carefully because there's a good chance that our items are broken based on when I did the menu after mid-shoot.
Yeah. We're going to be coming up to grab our 4th enemy skill soon, and we're sort of going to have the idea of having our good E-skills and our bad E-skills as separated from each other. We need to make sure that we have these enemy skills like separated usually, or not always, but at least when we need them to be, since it's not possible to teach an enemy skill if we have another enemy skill equipped with that skill already learned on it. And so we want to basically keep our good enemy skills and bad enemy skills sort of separated whenever we need to learn skills on our bad E-skill materia. The ones that have learned E-skills that were used early game versus the ones that have not learned those E-skills yet, basically. So yeah, we have 2 enemy skills that we've already learned several E-skills on, and we're just about to grab the 4th one, meaning that we can now start going all around the world and collecting all the different enemy skills throughout the rest of the run.
And this is going to be a brief section where we're going to be in control of Tifa as the party leader. It's going to last all of us doing one errand and ending at the other errand. So first errand being when we visit the Choco Sage's house and do things there. And then the second errand being when we stop off at Mediel. But I guess we visit the Chocobo farm before that, so 3 errands total. But just as a funny note, Tifa walks really weird, so it's great that we don't actually do any poignant things in the run with her that require any walking. So we picked up our 4th E-skill. I'm gonna actually shut up for a second.
We're good.
Okay.
All
So
right.
that was really important. We needed to sell particular items there to accumulate money because we're going to go to the Chocobo farm and buy some stables.
However, there are many items in our inventory that are not reobtainable, and so selling those would mean completely invalidating this 100% run. So it's very important to be careful. Now we're doing a world map manipulation to get a certain fight on the world map right now. This manip basically involves just waiting for an IGT that will generate the right fight. The fight that we want is against an enemy called a Vlacordros or something like that. And it has a carob nut item that can be stolen.
So some of the later items there were in the wrong place. But we were fine. Like the first 90% of it was correct. But we're okay. We can get through that.
These carob nuts are going to help us with breeding, with the Chocobo breeding section. But also, we're picking up an E-skill right now. And this can lose us a lot of time because this particular fight is totally RNG dependent. We cannot manipulate these enemies, and you're at the whim of a 2 out of 23 chance for them to cast the spell that you need.
That is the next fight that we're doing. This first one is a back attack Vlacordros. In total, we're going to need 3 carob nuts, and so we're manipulating a total of 3 Vlacordros encounters, as well as the encounter against the 2 trick play enemies, which we will be learning our first full enemy skill off of. Our first enemy skill that's going to be learned onto all of our enemy skill materia.
Oh, there's Nut.
Here's our check plays.
You know, because of how low of a chance they have to cast the enemy skill, which is called level 4 suicide, it is very possible to lose a lot of time on this fight. Can be upwards of 10 minutes.
My PB for PC, the 1555 run, lost about 4 minutes here, maybe 4.5. So we have time save banked here if they decide to be obedient, even slightly obedient.
And as mentioned, these things cannot be manipulated. And there is one other enemy that is similar to these ones that can cast the spell, but they have a worse odd of using that ability.
Can still save 2 minutes here.
Feels pretty typical.
Go.
It would not be WJG. The level 4 suicide attacks all members on one side, so everyone here.
It almost always feels, even though not realistically, but it almost always feels like with these enemies that they either use it first turn or close enough to it, or you get this situation. And I know that more often than not, it's somewhere in the middle, but it never feels that way.
Yeah.
Okay, we're losing time relative
That's
to my PB.
unfortunate.
We still need another carob nut, and we're losing time on the split. We farmed a boost jump.
And a sled bang.
we could easily be losing WR pace to this. Not that there's no way for us to get it back. Like after the trains.
It's great that we do a fast forward conquer now because all these golden mountains.
I'd have to buy 99 tontals just to clear up. Just to clear out my gill.
Hello, Katombos. How you doing?
We're fast approaching the red.
Oh no. Been lurking from work, finally home. Nice.
Well, this is a good demonstration of what can happen in a 100% run. So,
And a good demonstration of why SCM gets huge advantage. Have some more, Gil.
we're no longer on the no turbo world record pace.
Alright. So, to be clear, every use of, like, every time the enemies are using an attack, it has, like, a 7% chance to be level 4 suicide. And yes, 7% is very low, or 8% or so, whatever. But
This is a lot of
this
attacks.
is a lot of times for it not to be level 4 suicide.
Yeah. You could say, Dino, it's a gold mountain of bad RNG. There we go.
Woo, we did it!
Watch, the other one's gonna use it too, right? Yeah, we beat him.
We still
Yeah.
need... We went from 2 ahead to 2 behind, and I still need a 3rd carrot nut. That was against a really bad split. Okay, we're back to +3 like we were during Disc 1.
Alright. This feels more like 100%. So we're coming to the Chocobo Ranch to buy our Chocobo stables. We are going to be breeding a Chocobo all the way up to gold throughout the next bit of the run. And for that, we need a total of 4 stables.
Oh yeah, Dino, it can be that bad. Sorry, late chat message. So all that selling that we did at the Choco Stage is being used here, as each of the stables costs 10,000 gil. We're only going to buy 4, as that's all that we really need. And we're getting the appropriate number of greens and nuts that we need. We buy 2 of the Luciole nuts and 3 of the Mimet greens. We're going to use one of those Mimet greens right now to pick up a contained materia from a little white chocobo. And then the Luciole nut will be used as part of our chocobo breeding section. Otherwise, all of our other stuff is going to be part of 100%. Oh, and we picked up 31 Tantal greens. Those are also going to be used as part of the breeding section.
This resolves itself on PSX. Hopefully it does on PC as well. Okay, good.
Okay.
Kind of as a side note, I kind of revisited something like that happened to me in Rebirth, but I don't think it was intended. And it happened with a monster. Yeah, the Tantal greens are used as part of the breeding. There's a complex explanation that we'll get to when we get there, but just know that that it has an important use, and that's why we are getting 31.
We tell the truth and are as a reward given a powerful and mysterious ring of power.
I think the prospect of beating Dash, beating the 1507, that probably died with the L4 suicide.
Yeah, unfortunate.
Badly.
Like, I might be able to get it close still, but everything else is going to have to go, like, absolute. It'll be interesting to see how much time save I have in these splits, though. I just know that it's a lot. I don't know how much is. I know it's 3.5 train games.
So we're about to be performing one of the more important world map manipulations to get a great chocobo from the chocobo tracks outside the deal. The quality of chocobo that you get is determined by the encounter formation, and that is sort of effectively determined by the types and number of enemies that your chocobo is with. Alright, this fight looks good. Here we have our second trip to Fort Condor, where we're going to be liberating the huge materia from this outpost and collecting it. Part of the 100% definition is to collect all 4 huge materia, however we do not need to necessarily bring them all to Bugenhagen.
And you're going to see a different approach to how we do. Well, I guess we probably are going to do it here, but there's a new approach that we would do on this visit to Fort Condor compared to the first time. Yeah, okay, we are doing it. where essentially we're dropping troops down so that we can kill the first enemies that appear as quickly as possible, because the game will end as soon as this first enemy dies. If there are no enemies that are on the map, then the game will end in a victory. It'll think that we've killed the entire enemy military. So we don't necessarily need to kill the commander that will spawn.
Yeah, the only thing.
Sorry,
The only thing we need here is to win, basically, which is what lets us get the Phoenix materia as well as the huge materia. And Phoenix, technically, we could get later.
And if we had done the commander fight by losing the minigame intentionally, in the past we would use that fight in order to get an item called an Imperial Guard. But we have learned that there does exist one that you can pick up in the Northern Crater at the end of the game. So as long as we get that, we can still complete our 100% criteria.
And that just also happens to be on the way anyway.
This was a finding that has been known from a streamer or a runner named Death Unites Us. You may have seen his YouTube channel 48 Productions. And this was just something that Dino in the chat brought to our attention for why we don't do something like this. And then we thought about it a little bit, and that's how we ended up starting to do it.
Yeah, that was actually the old strat that was used from 2005 to around 2013 or 14 or so. Like, it was used in all any percent like runs.
Interesting.
So here we're going to be getting a wonderful chocobo manipulated. The manipulation starts from Icicle Inn, and so we have to run there first. In addition to the chocobo itself, the fight's going to have a one of the jumping enemies, I believe they're called. The bunnies.
And the jumping is really useful as we can morph it into an item that we will need for 100%. And it's very convenient to get it right here. This will be our first instance of using L4 Suicide in the speedrun. So L4 Suicide, if anyone's not aware, will only work on enemies whose level is divisible by 4. And it will do 31 out of 32 that ratio of their max health as damage, and inflict mini on them. So this is very useful in getting enemies to be a low enough health where a morph will be able to kill them, because morph has a very high damage penalty associated with it. And now we have approached our first hard reset. So the purpose of this hard reset, compared to other categories where they won't reset, a hard reset will reset your RNG to a known value. And this is extremely important because chocobo breeding is based off of your field RNG value. So the entire breeding section that we're going to be doing is based on keeping our RNG consistent through this entire section that we're breeding chocobos by avoiding screens that will increase your RNG, and also by doing things such as feeding these birds and naming them and such. So RNG will move whenever we move chocobos from outside into a stable, feed them any tantal greens or any greens in particular, but tantal has a very particular property, and breeding in general. So when you breed chocobos, the way that you breed them also increases RNG through the process. The only screen that will advance RNG that we're ever going to visit is the one right outside this barn. Unfortunately, we can't do anything about it. We just have to be quick whenever we come in here to get into the barn.
Luckily, it advances RNG pretty slowly, so you don't have to be that quick, usually.
And every single time we're riding a chocobo out, so we don't have to leave via leaving the barn. Also, sometimes the chocobo can actually be useful, like you're going to see right here.
Yeah, normally when entering the Corel train game, you have to do so from the Corel side in order to be able to get back to your mode of transportation. However, since we have two of them here, the Chocobo and the Highwind, we can split them up. It's tricky to start that fight there.
I think I might be
This is
having
my
some.
guess.
I think I might be having some D-pad issues, and I might be a little bit behind.
Yeah, that was my suspicion, that he was avoiding trying to be too far behind, because we
yeah.
are really tight here to get to the death sentence fight.
Or at least we're
yeah,
tight if it's not
that
on
is
PC.
true. That is also true.
But it's definitely relatively tight. I lost some movement when entering, so I should have like not. So I used a tent just before going into or Coral, and that skipped the fake load, and then I had Sid move the wrong way right at the beginning, and that cost me some movement.
Alright, that makes sense.
D-pad issues. No way that I could get a 53 without my D-pad dying.
That timer is also looks like it's moving a little fast. But maybe I'm just insane right now. Oh, very unfortunate. I just noticed Red's probably silenced.
Yeah, he was there.
So our 2 ribbons have been redistributed to Sid and Kate here, as for this particular reason that you're seeing. These enemies can inflict silence, and we would like them to be able to still cast magic breaths if needed. And in the case where we were fighting the solo one, even though Red was silenced because he does use Comet on that fight normally, we did have the backup of being able to have Sid use magic breath.
So, to whoever was asking about the Warrior Bengal about 5 hours ago, it's the next fight.
Yeah, that's the Anub, that is the intention.
The fact that I'm behind, though, might actually make it correct to redo this.
Yeah, that would be unfortunate.
It would be unfortunate, but it's comical, and because it's...
Nice Warrior Bengal.
And here we speed up the train until it slows itself down and doesn't crash into the city. And for saving the town, we get the huge materia. There's a skip coming up here. Alright, nice, you got it. And even though we skip the cutscene where you're normally given it, we can still talk to a guy and grab the Ultima Materia.
And we're also using this shop to restock on some important supplies like tents, hypers, and tranks.
And here we go and grab the chocobo that we had used.
The current world record forgot that chocobo, and it led to quite a catastrophe, you might say.
So we've already bred our green chocobo, now we're doing our blue. The blue chocobo is not actually going to be very useful for, is not actually going to be useful at all for trying to get the things.
Well, it was just
However-
useful for me for saving 12 minutes.
I suppose that is good.
And we're releasing this chocobo in particular as he's not useful for mating further on, but we also need a stable space in order to receive the next chocobo in the breeding cycle.
Yeah, so we're gonna leave the blue chocobo here since it's not needed to ride anywhere. Now we just need to go around and do battles to essentially clear the battle cooldown that this chocobo has before it can breed again.
Doing this unmanipulated.
Yeah, so we're gonna try and get an encounter with a formula enemy.
This is
Actually,
a great fight.
never mind, the Zemslet, I guess.
Both of them.
Okay.
That is very good for unmanipulated.
Yeah, it is. And another one.
And another
Uh,
one. This is kind of the opposite of what happens when you're hunting for a Zemslet.
again.
This is quite something.
Yeah.
At least the cost per fight is not that high.
Yeah, that is good.
Definitely cooled down, though.
That's not a guy we want. There
we
they
go.
are. Worked into a speed drink.
I just noticed, it just did 64 damage.
Hmm.
I thought that L4 Suicide applies mini.
They might be resistant to mini, I don't know.
There we go, we got egged.
Yeah, these fights are going well. So yeah, here we're going to be learning Big Guard on the weak E skills, the ones that were not around at the beginning of the game, so that we have Big Guard on all these skills. Here's beach plugs.
Good fight. There's no ambiguity here. Usually, if you're not keen on the run and you get into a side attack, you might not know who, or you might not remember exactly who has the weak E skills. But these guys can only allow for one big guard cast, so very important to know in that circumstance who has them, and it's red. But for a fight like this, where everyone's on the same side, then you don't have to worry about that.
Yep. Alright, he's gonna do an encounter for a TS bomb steal.
This is really not going well.
Yeah, it isn't.
The world map has it out for you. Are we in enemy skill hell? Very much so. Except this time we're stealing something. The only unfortunate part about a Joker at this part of the game is just that it wastes time. And now, our next errand is we're going to go pick up Yuffie.
It's everyone's favorite.
So this particular force is very weird, as it has a 255 out of 256 chance to give you a Yuffie encounter. You can pretty much think that it's a guaranteed encounter with her. Between the two of you, have you actually seen that 1 in 256 where she doesn't spawn?
I think I've seen someone get it once.
I personally haven't had it.
So, typically when you're talking with Yuffie here, you have to pick very particular dialogue choices because otherwise it causes her to be sneaky and run away with your money, and you don't recruit her as a result of that. The correct choices that you would pick here are 2-1-2-1-2. And we pretty much are abandoning Yuffie and causing her to want to come with us, and that's why we're successful in recruiting her. If we make her think that things are going her way, she will not join us.
Have to give her fear of missing out.
So this is the section before that we were sort of concerned about possibly having lost steps on. Hopefully that isn't the case though.
If we are able to make it through this screen with no encounter, which we did.
Nice. In fact,
and we had some good. Yeah, we had some buffer.
Quite a bit of wiggle room. We were fine.
If we didn't get to this current screen for this fight, we would have been in a very bad place and would have had to reset.
We probably wouldn't have been fine on PlayStation.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
This is all attributed to the good fraction luck that we've been mentioning through the run. Okay, I am going to stick around until the black chocobo is bred. And then I will have to head out for the night. So very interesting thing that we did here. This is kind of a new strat that we've incorporated very recently. It's been known that in the any percent categories that if you kill those enemies with magic or summon abilities, that they'll counter with death sentence. And until recently in 100% we weren't doing that, but now we've been keen enough to drop a comment on it as a way to end the fight, because then, since Red is the one that needs the death sentence for his weak enemy skills, it will counter with death sentence on him once he comments.
I thought MD has been doing that since like forever.
I think there was like a case where we were fighting 3 of those enemies, and
Yeah,
I think only recently we were fighting 1.
Yeah, unless we get the case where we're fighting 3, basically, but that's not this one.
So it wasn't until Rebirth that I realized that these things are wearing beanies. I thought that was just their hair.
Oh, that's a quick steal.
Oh, that is really good steel.
Alright, everyone's learned Goblin Punch.
Being absolutely certain about that.
That's fine.
Because of the camera angle made it so I couldn't tell who was targeting at all, and I'd be, like, ridiculously certain.
Yep, that's fine.
Yeah,
Good.
Very good fight.
Nice. Very, very good.
And we got a
Nice.
drop.
Nice
So
second nut.
now, we do not need to come back to goblins to get any more of them. We're gonna use one Zeonut to breed for the gold chocobo, and the other one is for Hundo. So usually in a run, we only would have one of those. And later on, once we get the sneak glove, we would come back to farm it, as it is much easier to get with the sneak glove. But now we save ourselves some time. And here we are breeding our colored chocobos so that we can get a black one. The black one is able to use both color chocobo abilities, where it can go up a mountain and go across rivers. And particularly, we're going to use this one to climb up to the ancient forest near Cosmo Canyon. Yeah, as Dino put it, no more zeal nuts. And just like we did in the last breeding section, we are releasing the green and the blue birds, as this is to relieve some space since we are not going to be needing them to breed anymore. The remaining 2 chocobo we have are all we need to breed a gold bird. Now, that being said, we have 2 free stables that we can accept a new bird in, and that one's going to be our gold bird.
So, Ancient Forest. This is a somewhat this at least has been a somewhat difficult place in the run to keep your steps on. There have been new discoveries recently, but I'm not sure if MonetaryDragon is including them. The first of them, at least, doesn't have a good setup on PC at the moment, so I wouldn't be surprised if MD is just doing this as he always has.
Yeah, these are very new strats that DashRetro and I have recently started to look into, and we've come up with viable setups for PSX. Really, like, the story behind it is someone found this a long time ago. A runner named or not a runner, but a theory crafter named Brutal Speed. And since he found it a long time ago and it wasn't very useful for the any percent, he didn't really look into it very deeply. But he just found that something was there, and he brought it to Dash's attention in one stream. I kind of suspected with some of the things that I had been looking at in the run that there might have been something here as well. And when Dash had confirmed that for me, I looked into it deeply and found quite a few of these things. And Dash helped to come up with setups to make them a lot more consistent. Very typically, things that we're gonna do here, we are picking up a few items. So we picked up a spring gun clip, super shot ST. We're grabbing this slash all materia right here. This one is very useful through the run. And we're gonna pick up typhoon materia. As well as the apocalypse at the end for Cloud for triple growth materia. And with that, I am going to wish everyone good night. I'm gonna head out. Ace, MonetaryDragon, good luck with the rest of the event. I'll pop in when I can.
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Take care.
Good Ancient Forest segment. So now we're going to go over and grab a couple of extra materia before heading back to the Chocobo stable for the last time. These materia caves are part of the reason why we want the Chocobo. If I So here is our second save and hard reset for manipulating the gold chocobo. And we got a gold chocobo. So with this, we can now go grab the Quadra Magic and Knights of the Round materia.
Ignite immediately.
Yep.
Repeatedly for the rest of the run.
Yeah, Knights of the Round is one of the important reasons why we actually went through the trouble of breeding a gold chocobo right now.
Ready to add up damage?
I am. So here's the ultimate weapon fight. The amount of HP that ultimate weapon has after this fight actually transfers and is equal to the amount of HP that it will have when it starts and when it like enters the world for real, basically.
I'm gonna be taking this as a break.
Okay. I will count damage and tell you how much HP it has afterwards. I got 6859 HP remaining.
Thank you.
So, for the viewers, this next segment of the run is live stream. It is a long 15-ish minute cutscene section with not much to do, so this is the second time that we're going to say, go ahead, we can take a break, I guess. If you're watching this, you can probably take a break, you know what I mean?
Especially if you're watching it using Turbo.
Yeah. I'm gonna get up and stretch around a bit. I am getting tired. point, I am back and probably a little bit more awake than I was when I left.
I was kind of like doing squats, like on disc 1.
Yeah.
Anyway, this is the really, really lots of lore.
That was a lot of lore back there.
You guys get all that?